There are some.
Yeah, there are some of them who are here. Kidogo tu. Kidogo aje tuongojee nini?
Yeah. press, or welcome to this press briefing. It'll be very short because we just want to tell you what is going to happen in the course of these 3 days. So I think we will start with the host, the deputy governor.
Yes.
Then the minister will also speak, and then we'll ask you if you have any questions. We'll be able to shoot.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity first and foremost to welcome the Cabinet Secretary and all the members who have attended this ASAL conference to Kilifi County on behalf of His Excellency Governor Amason Jeffa Kingi, who will join us tomorrow as we proceed with the conference matters. We are delighted in Kilifi to have this conference, this particular county having been chosen to undertake this conference. As you are aware, Kilifi is part of the counties that are under the ASAL, and therefore it was a correct decision for it to be held here. So many functions have been held in the past in Nairobi and Mombasa, so we take this as a great honor for having this particular conference being held here in Kilifi, and we want many more of such meetings to be held in our county of Kilifi, because the people of Kilifi are really in need to get this kind of exposure, and also this being one of our tourist hubs. We want first of all to start attracting the local tourism. We want people to know that these facilities exist here in Kilifi, and to say the least, this conference puts us in a different level as far as this international tourism is also concerned. The Cabinet Secretary, we are very, very delighted that you made this decision actually, and as I've pointed out earlier, the Governor will be with us tomorrow, but we want to call upon everybody to exploit the hospitality that we have in Kilifi. Malindi is a tourist hub, everybody knows that. And when we were having the devolution conference in Kakamega was said to have a 24-hour economy, and that again is replicated here in Kilifi. So we want members and people, everybody who is coming for this conference, to take this opportunity to enjoy the hospitality that is accorded around, so that they realize that we are back. Tourism is back, and yeah, basically that's what I want to say. Lies under the Ministry of Agriculture and also Devolution, and therefore we want to give you the opportunity to give your statement as far as this conference is concerned. Karibu Waziri.
Asante sana Deputy Governor Kilifi County for your warm welcome, and we're very, very pleased to be in Malindi today and to see and confirm that preparations are now complete for the inaugural ASAL conference, and we're very happy as Ministry concerned to be able to have the first ever ASAL conference in this country. This is a conference that is going to bring together 29 county governments in the arid and semi-arid lands. We're very, very pleased that just behind us we have the exhibition where all the 29 counties are represented. Each county has a stall, and we will be going around to see what they're showcasing in terms of the opportunities for investors, in terms of challenges that are facing each county, and also the potential that each county holds We want to see how well devolution is working in our ASAL counties. And we're pleased that Kilifi County was the first county to host this conference. We are happy that Kilifi is one of the ASAL counties that has taken the leap of faith to host all the other ASAL counties and to showcase what they have here in terms of tourism. This is one of the best tourism destinations in the world. Whether you are talking of the Big Four, this county and other ASAL counties hold the key to the realization of the government's Big Four agenda, particularly in food security. You have the largest ever food security project here, the Galana Kulalu Ranch, of almost 1 million acres, lies across two counties, Kilifi and Tana River counties. Therefore, when you're talking about food security, the ASAL will actually be the new bread baskets that will be created to address issues of food security. We are happy that as we meet here today, we have the backing of our development partners. We particularly want to thank the UN, we want to thank the EU, we want to thank the US government through USAID, that they have partnered with us to ensure that we succeed in sharpening focus of the country towards the ASAL. For many years, since our independence, these ASAL counties had been left behind in terms of development. We all know of the session paper number 10 of 1965 that put our national focus, as far as national development is concerned, on high potential areas. So there are areas that were considered low potential, the arid and semi-arid lands, but today as we speak, we are seeing that these are the same areas that are holding the greatest potential towards the transformation of this country. Whether you are talking about minerals, whether you are talking about tourism. We've just come from Maralal, which is one of the ASAL counties, and they have the only international camel derby on this continent. And we saw the whole world visiting to see what Maralal has to offer. We were in Loyangalani, that's Marsabit County. We were in Turkana during the Tobongulare Cultural Festival. And those of you who have been to Lamu, you see that most of these ASAL counties hold great potential, particularly in cultural tourism. And we're happy that we can meet here, all of us, to showcase. Each county will be given the opportunity. And we have invited investors to come and look at the potential. As national government, our aim, and this is the theme of this conference, is to see how we can unlock the potential of our ASAL counties. This will inform, and I believe from our discussions here, we'll come up with resolutions on how we can accelerate national development by taking the ASALs as the new frontier for development of our country. In terms of the scriptures, I think at the end of this conference, we are likely to come up with what the scriptures say, that perhaps the stone that the builders cast away has become the cornerstone. I believe the ASAL counties will turn out to be like that stone that we put aside for 40 years and focused on high potential areas, but we'll come to realize that we put away the most important stone of all, that will become the cornerstone of our national transformation. I believe at the end of this conference, this is the output that will come out. This is what will inform sharper focus and attention to the ASAL counties, and I believe to transformation of our country. Whether you're talking about Vision 2030 or the Big Four agenda, I think this is where our focus will be. So we want to welcome all of you, and those who have not yet arrived. The official opening is tomorrow. It will be done by His Excellency, the Deputy President, and we expect all the Big Four agenda ministries here to interact with the counties, to see how the ASAL counties can contribute towards the realization of our Big Four agenda. So let me welcome all of you tomorrow. Please do not miss this opportunity. It's the first ever ASAL conference, and already we have offers from other ASAL counties. We have already received an offer from Governor Olelenku to host the second ASAL county in Kajiado County. So we're telling those governors who are yet to arrive, chelewa utapata mwana si wako. Asante. So, thank you very much. Karibu.
Counties. We're doing a lot. Just in sort of the 9 northern counties, we're providing about 30 billion Kenya shillings worth of assistance. And we're really on the ground. We're trying to help people. We're working, for example, to ensure that people can get their livestock to market. We're working to give young people skills. We're helping to educate young Kenyans through our Tusome program, where we put books into the hands of every early primary school child in Kenya. We're working in healthcare, ensuring people have access to antiretroviral drugs. We're very, very committed to Kenya, and we're very committed to working with the ASAL County. So it's a wonderful exhibition. I hope you all will get a chance to take a tour, see a little bit about what we're actually doing on the ground to help the Kenyan people. So thank you all very, very much for coming here. You have any questions I can answer?
Yeah, we know it's the first conference to be held in Kenya, and are we likely to see change, and probably what you will say to the governors concerning improving the ASAL?
Well, you know, the ASAL counties are clearly a focus of Vision 2030, and developing these counties, ensuring that the people in these counties really have access to the same sorts of services, to good education, to healthcare, that there's infrastructure, roads. This is really very, very important. So it's important that the central government be committed to providing the assistance that these counties need. At the same time, the counties themselves have to continue to stand up and do the work that they need to do to ensure that the people are getting support and help. And that is a big part of what the international partners are here to do as well. I mean, we're also there with the county governments, with the national government to assist. I will say a few words on this on behalf of the international partners a little bit later this morning, but it is good to see this focus today on these counties and helping to ensure really that no one in Kenya is left behind, that everybody gets equal opportunity for advancement.
Yeah, what sectors probably are you focusing more on? You talk of health, you talk of youth, what else?
Well, economic development. So for example, we're doing a lot in the area of livestock, helping the people in this area get their livestock to market. We're helping in the area of family nutrition. We're helping mothers and children ensure that they're getting the right sorts of food. We're really working across so many different areas. You know, another big part of what we're doing in Kenya, of course, is focusing on trade and investment as well. And I was just with President Kenyatta in Washington, and we had a great meeting with President Trump. We had a meeting with American businesses. So we're doing a lot to try to build the relationship, build this strategic partnership between Kenya and the United States. So I really am very, very grateful to be here today and to really have an opportunity to see this extraordinary conference, to meet with the governors, to see the people here, to really get a feel for, again, all of the things that are going on the ground. So thank you all very, very much.
Ngojeni hapo. Hata mimi peke yangu nikipiga makofi haiwezi lia namna hiyo. Tuwapigie. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Now tunaweza enda. Kama mkono nyingine mnaweza ongezea tu. Hatuwezi choka na muziki. The national anthem. We play the first stanza, then let your fingers be on the
Shika tu kidogo.
Tafadhali Asha. Tafadhali ushers please. Tujaribu kuangalia sitting arrangements. Please. Let's squeeze in so that we leave the outside seats. Let's squeeze in please. Unless the chair has a tag. Alafu tupunza kuchukua huko. Let's hurry up so that we get our seats as we await His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Tazidi kuwakumbusha ya kwamba tuweze kudhibiti simu zetu za rununu, ndiposa tuweze kuwa na function ambayo haitakuwa on a silent mode, vibration, or if possible we can just put them off just for a few hours and then we'll be back on air. Please. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please, shall we all be upstanding for His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Your Excellency, before you sit, please, let's have the national anthem as well as the East African anthem. Studio. Studio, please, national anthem. The East African anthem.
Mungu twaomba unilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, dunia yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu kinguzo yetu.
Asante sana na Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais, kabla uketi kwa heshima yako ningeomba tukapate kufungua kwa maombi tukiongozwa naye Sheikh Badawi, tafadhali.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais, kwa ruhusa yako ningekuomba tu kwa dakika 2 uweze kuniruhusu, kwa sababu tuko pwani, tuweze kufanya kipwani. Tualike Sengenya dancers kwa dakika 2 tu waweze kututumbuiza, kisha tuendelee na ratiba. Asante sana, Your Excellency. Basi tuwapigie makofi wanapojitayarisha kutoka. Ningeomba tuwapigie makofi wanapojitayarisha kutoka. Asante sana, asante sana, asante sana Sengenya Dance. Na Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais, hivi sasa nitamwalika
sana His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, Cabinet Secretaries present, all governors present, including the host governor, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, Leader of Majority National Assembly, Honorable Adan Duale, Honorable Senators, Honorable Members of Parliament, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Is it morning? Let me take this early opportunity to welcome all delegates to Malindi town, the venue of this occasion of its kind, inaugural Arid and Semi-Arid Lands Conference in Kilifi County. It is a great honor for Malindi residents to be the pioneer host of this important initiative that will, upon its full implementation, spur economic growth in a number of areas that fall under the ASAL region. I wish to assure the Ministry of Devolution and ASAL, the Council of Governors, and all key stakeholders that there was no better place to hold the first event of the entire initiative than Malindi town. Coincidentally, apart from the world-class tourist facility available in this town, Malindi constituency as well as the entire Kilifi County will be a major beneficiaries of these discussions and deliberation, as about 50% of this region falls under the ASALs. As a host, from the theme Unlocking ASALs for Accelerated Development, National Development, we see a renewed hope of sustainable development alongside other marginalized ASALs. I fully support the effort of kickstarting any initiative of accelerating both economic growth and development in ASALs. This shows these regions are now acknowledged as a pivotal component of the country's development plans, including Vision 2030, Sustainable Development Goals, and the Big Four Development Agenda. To make this event memorable in your entire life, ladies and gentlemen, I invite every delegate here today to have the first-hand taste of our rich cultural heritage, the classic tourist facilities, and historical sites. Your tour to Malindi will only be complete upon visiting the famous Vasco da Gama Pillar, Gede Ruins, and our beautiful sand beaches, as well as Malindi and Watam Marine National Parks, the domicile of spectacular witch home sea turtle and colorful fish. Once again, karibuni sana mabibi na mabwana, karibuni sana Malindi.
Asante sana. Naam, hivi sasa ningependa kumwalika
PSS, all protocol observed. Your Excellency, we are honored as members of the PPG, a group of members from the Pastoralist Parliamentary Group, to be here with you and to other delegates for the ASAL conference on unlocking the potential ASAL for the accelerated economic and development in ASAL areas. Your Excellency, you cannot talk about ASAL without talking about pastoralism, because pastoralism is the engine of growth in our areas in 15 counties. It is the main source of livelihood, employment, income generation. Majority of ASAL population in the 15 counties directly supported by pastoralism. Pastoralism then, therefore, contributes almost 14% of the agricultural GDP. It is estimated that it's worth USD 800 million, even with a limited infrastructure and neglect. Livestock marketing has been a big problem for us, and I think we appeal to your government to start facing the issue of marketing, because in these counties, challenges are there challenges are there and problems in issues of, because of the frequent drought and controlled diseases, especially foot and mouth. Currently, we have enough fodder, enough water in those areas, enough grass, pasture, but we know that within us, the government needs to address this issue to ensure that we eliminate the issue of diseases. Secondly, this giant industry called the KMC, it has been in the limelight all the time, and it has never assisted pastoralists to improve on marketing. Every time we only address the issue of KMC when there is drought, when animals are being disseminated because of drought. We need to do something about KMC. In my own understanding and experience, I think government cannot do business. PPG Secretariat is hosted at the National Drought Management Authority offices, Frontier Counties, Development Council, and Dryland Learning and Capacity Building Initiative. Their partners provide operational, technical, and logistic support. Your Excellency, we know that in the recent past, I normally believe that it's like they scramble for ASAL areas at the moment, just like Chinese are scrambling for Africa. Now, because we see companies going to look for resources, but there are fears among pastoralist communities, fears among the ASAL fraternity. Why do we say fear? Because the major concern of the pastoralist people in that is fearful of mega national project, like oil, wind, and solar. LAPSET, the concern of the people is that these projects will grab their land, create massive wealth for only few people, and leave majority population who depend on land to insecure, more vulnerable, destitute. The people are not informed or involved in the genuine discussion that create hope or provide safeguards for the future of the community. After country benefit from extractive wealth like oil, gas, minerals, energy projects, etc. So, Your Excellency, our concern is that when these companies go to the ground, they need to an extensive discussion and ensure that people are involved in whatever the companies are doing. Otherwise, we can risk being causing conflict. A good example is what we saw in Turkana, where the Stalo is doing oil extraction and the rest. So we need to address those issues as a government and ensure that we do due diligence in terms of what needs to be done. Fourthly, I think for pastoralists and for ASAL people, the answer for most of our problem is devolution. Devolution has come as a God-sent development project, because now we are able to make decisions at our own level. From 1963, everything was done at the center. But I think devolution is also not helping us now, because we see money being directed directly to the recurrent expenditure. We need this issue to be addressed, the issue of recurrent expenditure and development expenditure. More money should go to development expenditure rather than recurrent expenditure. The other issue is equalization fund, Your Excellency. You remember we went to Isiolo last time, in the last parliament, and we, in a conference of PPG, and we made a very strong appeal to your government to ensure that that money be released as per Article 204 of the Constitution. Up to now, very little has been released. Very few projects have been actually implemented through equalization fund. And we have a time limit, only 20 years. Now the entire money has not really actually been utilized. Yet we need that money like yesterday. We need it for education, we need it for healthcare, we need it for water, especially. Those are priorities. And I think we are dragging our feet. And the worst of it all, Your Excellency, is the issue of putting a board of permanent secretaries at the center again. It's so bureaucratic. We cannot work well with that board, because it's not involving the grassroots. It's like top-down. They come with helicopters to identify and to consult our people. And they take 500 million from their budget. Those helicopters, when they came to consult us to identify projects. So we need to address this issue of equalization fund again and ensure and release money. Otherwise, the time is not with us. It's going, we are already almost finishing the time that was allocated for equalization fund. And then to make it worse also, it's like now we started with 14 counties. Now it is 34 counties. every single thing that is good, all Kenyans want to grab it. And the word equalization is trying to, what's the purpose of equalization then? If we put everybody, the new policy is putting almost 34 counties out of 47. So when can we really reach where the others are reaching? Thank you so much.
The President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Ruto, the Cabinet Secretary is present, His Excellencies, the ambassadors present, His Excellencies, the governors present, including Mount Governor, His Excellency Amazon Jeffo Kingi, fellow members of Parliament of the National Assembly and the Senate, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I've been told to take only 2 minutes, and as a lawyer, I believe I'll pursue the instructions. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the people or the brain behind this idea of creating an ASAL and coming up with this inauguration. I think it was a great idea to bring all the 39 counties together, and it will go a long way to ensure that the counties involved in the ASAL do benefit a lot from the resources. This conference basically is in Kilifi County. And I want to say that in Kilifi County, this is a great showcase county. We have almost everything that is required to be demonstrated to the entire country. And I do believe that the spirit behind ASAL was basically to create value addition, to create enhancement of development, to explore all the untapped natural resources that are in these 39 counties. I want to urge all the stakeholders to support this great idea of ASAL. It will go a long way to alleviate quite a number of challenges that Kenyans are facing in these particular areas. I guess the 2 minutes are over. With those few remarks, kindly allow me now.
Of the Republic of Kenya, my colleague governors present today, the cabinet secretaries present, the leader majority to Kilifi County. Your Excellency, as you sit here, you will note that you're not sweating, that's one. And if you look around, there's no single AC around here. But that should not tell you that Kilifi County is not an ASAL county, because many have been projecting the particular argument that because Kilifi County shares the longest shoreline, how then can it be termed as an ASAL county? Your Excellency, that is a misnomer, because immediately you start moving in the hinterland, a few kilometers, you will leave the coastal plains, which dovetails into the Nyika Plateau, and immediately after the Nyika Plateau, then you go into Yatta, that feeds into the savannas of the Tsavo National Park. And that is all Kilifi. So yes, Kilifi is an ASAL county, and yes, this conference is being held in an ASAL county. I wanted to put that to rest. Your Excellency, this day is very historic. Indeed, very historic. Because for the very first time, a government has decided to put resources together to bring in stakeholders to seriously engage and debate on matters touching on development of ASAL areas. It's a pity that this is coming over 50 years after independence. But again, I am not surprised, Your Excellency, because we borrowed heavily from the policies of our colonial masters. When the white settlers came to this country, they did not settle all over this country. There's some areas that they identified as high-yielding, high-potential areas. And those are the areas that they settled, and those are the areas that they heavily invested in. When it gained independence in 1963, we thought the founding fathers would revise that thinking and see this country as one entity that requires equity in terms of development. But that was never to be. In fact, they were worse. The independent government was worse off than the colonial masters. In 1965, Your Excellency, there is a paper that was a sessional paper that was passed in Parliament, sessional paper number 10 of 1965. And Your Excellency, it is that paper that has made us meet here today. Because if this country never had that paper, today we wouldn't be talking of underdevelopment in ASAL areas. The underpinning principle under that particular paper was that wealth of this country will only be invested in high-yielding areas. And therefore, when the then government wanted to invest in Kitui, for example, they will say, Kitui, there's no water, there's no road, and therefore let us not invest in Kitui. If the then government then wanted to invest in Wajir, they will ask themselves, is there a road in Wajir? Is there water? Is there electricity? None of these things are there, and therefore let us not invest there. Instead of the government asking itself, is there water in Wajir? Is there electricity in Wajir? Are there roads in Wajir? And if the answer was no, a government would say, let us put these things in Wajir. But instead of doing that, we decided to craft one of the most, I would say, backward paper called the sessional paper number 10 of 1965. I will put that paper, Your Excellency, allow me 2 minutes to put that paper in the context of the then NFD, the Northern Frontier District. A history that we share very closely at the coast. Your Excellency, before independence, Northern Frontier District was Kenya for purposes of boundaries, but for all purposes and intents, it wasn't Kenya. Because even the way it was being administered, it was very much different from the way other areas of this country were being administered. In fact, Your Excellency, you'll be shocked that Northern Frontier District had its own laws. The rest of Kenya had other laws, but the Northern Frontier District had its own laws. And that's where marginalization actually started. In 1960, in fact, when the clamor for independence really gained momentum, when our founding fathers left this country to go to Lancaster House in London, a legislative representative from NFD by the name Ahmed Farah went to London and made a very heavy case for NFD. And he said, look here, unless you change the way you're administering the Northern Frontier District, you're courting disaster back in Kenya as you discuss independence in this part of the world. But Father's sentiments were never taken seriously. But Farah's sentiments actually reached fever pitch in 1962 for the second round of the Lancaster House Conference. And that is when NFD made an official position that they wanted to secede. And the position of NFD is, just give me one reason why I should call myself a Kenyan and I remain in Kenya. Otherwise, NFD had made a resolution to secede and join Mogadishu. And in 1962, in the Lancaster House rounds of consultation to bring about independence in this country, NFD was told to go back home and hold a referendum on whether indeed everyone in NFD was willing to leave Kenya and go to Mogadishu. Your Excellency, that referendum was held. And the score was 62% of NFD voted Mogadishu. Why? Because they never felt they were Kenyans. If you want tarmac, you come to Nairobi. If you want electricity, go to Nairobi. If you want services, go to Nairobi. If you want your ID, go to Nairobi. Why should I call myself a Kenyan? And because of these policies, some of these areas remain the way they are. Now, these negotiations, and I'm using NFD as a reference just for us to appreciate the kind of marginalization that ASAL counties have had since independence. When the results for the referendum were never honored, the Republic of Somalia in 1960, after attaining independence, the independent flag of Somalia bore 5 stars, representing 5 regions. And the 4th star in that flag represented the Northern Frontier District. Because they felt that NFD is more closer to Mogadishu than to Nairobi. The question is, has that changed? Today, development is being witnessed across the country. Now, after independence, NFD thought they're going to be assimilated into this country called Kenya, and they'll be part and parcel of this republic. But whatever happens, I think historians will bear me witness that the steps that the independent government took were not steps to assimilate NFD into Kenya, but to further alienate them away from development. And that's why the NFD came up with the Shifter Wars. We have read about Bula Karatasi massacre. Why were the Somalis massacred through the Bula Karatasi massacre? Sure that a clause inserted in the Constitution that will bring about equalization. And the thinking behind it, and Your Excellency, we were there together. The thinking behind that particular clause in the Constitution was the realization that indeed Kenya is not equal in terms of development. There's some parts of this country that have been marginalized for years, and therefore they're yearning for development more than others. And that's why the drafters of the Constitution in 2010 decided then to put a clause to bring about equalization fund that will only be plowed to these counties to bring them to par with the other counties and the rest of this country. Today, Your Excellency, it's a sad day because that concept, that thinking is now being watered down. And it's good, my good friend who just spoke before me raised these issues. Today, we're being told that the equalization fund is in fact going to be taken across the country. And the reason behind it is they're saying, look here, don't look at a county as a county. Look at the villages. We are being told to look at villages today. Because there's a poor village in this county, bring equalization fund. And that was not the original thinking behind the equalization fund. So you can see how the goalpost keeps on changing. And that's why the ASAL counties will never score a goal. Because the goalpost is forever being changed. And Your Excellency, another issue is about where do we even domicile this fund, the equalization fund. According to the Constitution and the enabling legislation, Your Excellency, equalization fund is supposed to fund basic services. But today, equalization fund is funding almost everything under the sun. And secondly, it's actually domiciled at the Treasury. We thought, and I believe that was the thinking when we came up with this constitution in 2010, that this fund was supposed to be domiciled in the counties that had been identified as the recipients of this particular fund. But that is not the case. So today, Your Excellency, I will be taking a borehole in Ganze, which is extremely arid. When I do that, I will see a contractor from Nairobi drilling a borehole 10 meters away from the borehole being drilled by the county government. Why? No consultation. A fund that could otherwise have had such great impact is not giving us any impact because of the way we're managing this particular fund. So as we deliberate in this conference, these are the issues, these are the low-hanging fruits, Your Excellency, that once we can be able to get a better formula on how we can manage even the equalization fund, I think a great deal can be able to be achieved and a good impact will be able to be felt. But today, thanks to devolution, all these ASAL counties, their development was not in the hands of government. The development of ASAL counties was in the hands of NGOs and non-government actors, NGOs, and foreign missions. Today, if you go to any arid and semi-arid county, if you see a hospital, it was done by an NGO. If you see 2 classrooms, you'll see a board there written, funded by USAID. That is our life as arid and semi-arid counties. Let this conference be a game changer. Let whatever is going to be deliberated here, Your Excellency, we have lost over 50 years since independence. Let us not lose even a second from here. I thank you so much, and I welcome you to Kilifi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our host, Governor Kingi, who is the first governor from the ASAL region to host the first ASAL conference. His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies governors led by the Chairman of the Council of Governors, my good friend Nanok, Excellencies Deputy Governors, Excellencies Ambassadors, and all our development partners who are here today, the Leader of Majority and all members of Parliament who are present here, all our senators, and MCS and all leaders from the Coast region, from Northern Kenya, from the ASAL counties. May I take this opportunity to first of all thank all of you and to thank each one of you for being here today. As the ministry that has been mandated to address the ASAL issues, may I say I'm greatly honored that you did accept our invitation and that you made time to be here. Many of you are asking why. Why are we in Malindi? Why are we having an ASAL conference? Yet, we just had a devolution conference recently in Kakamega County, and it was one of the most successful. Indeed, talking to the governors here, they think the 5th devolution conference was one of the most successful. And indeed, it captured most of the issues and celebrated devolution as well as addressed the challenges facing devolution. But as to why we thought it necessary to have an ASAL conference apart from the devolution conference, I think our good host, Governor Kingi, has hit the nail on the head. Indeed, those of you who understand the history of this country, I think the facts have been set out. It's as painful as it is the truth. And last night I was watching news when there's this advert that talks about years that changed Kenya. And it was written that in 1922, a British statesman, the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, gave a directive in 1922 that set aside the highlands of Kenya as a preserve of the white settlers. I think that was the genesis of what we are talking about today, when all the white highlands, the good lands with the high rains, fertile lands were set aside for the chosen few who and then our colonial masters. The history of Kenya changed from that point onwards. Years later, fast track from 1922 all the way to 1963, when we got our independence, we inherited the colonial policies. 2 years later, 1965, we passed a sessional paper. And the founders of our nation, who are the builders of our nation, I must say, build on a faulty foundation set by our colonial masters. Just an extract from that policy paper in paragraph 133. And it says so emphatically, if I may read it to you, that one of our problems is to decide how much priority we should give in investing in less developed provinces. To make the economy as a whole grow as fast as possible, development money should be invested where it will yield the largest increase in output. This approach will clearly favor the development of areas having abundant natural resources, good land and rainfall, transport and power facilities, and people receptive and active in development. For example, £1 million invested in one area may raise an output of 20,000 pounds, while its use in another area may yield an increase of 100,000 pounds. So this is a clear case, and this was the basis of this foundation, in which investment in the second area, where there's high potential, is a wise decision than in the other area. And therein lies the foundation of what created perhaps what has been called of Kenya and said of our country as one of the most unequal societies. Because this is the foundation on which we build, and resources and policy and planning was directed to high potential areas, which is about 80% of our country, as opposed to the 80% as opposed to the 20%. So these, as we speak, as we meet here today, are some of the facts that, as we reflect on, we want to ask ourselves what we can do about this. And I must say I'm very, very pleased as the Minister for Devolution that one of the answers to this very, very painful, and I would say, and it has been called by scholars a historical injustice. There are those who have called it a policy malfunction. Professor Kangu, I think Mutaha Kangu called it a policy malfunction. But the answer to this is really to see how we can, through policies, change, bring about a paradigm shift that can address these issues. And one of those came through our Constitution, 2010, when on 27th of August, as a nation, we promulgated one of the most progressive constitutions, not on the African continent, but in the world. As we sit here today, we can say, without fear of contradiction, that we are on the right track, because we are no longer looking at Kenya as a divided country on high potential and low potential areas. We are looking at Kenya as one indivisible nation under God, and 47 counties, and all of them being equal, and bringing about development, devolving resources to every corner of our country, and to every people and to every community in our country. That is why we're here today. And we want to reflect on our journey. It's not a very long journey. We are talking of just 8 years. For the county governments that are gathered here, and I'm very grateful to the Excellencies governors who are here, you are talking of just 5 years. But what has been achieved in the last 5 years, perhaps, is more than what was achieved in the last 50 years. When you go to Mandera and you see for the first time a tarmac road, you go to Wajir, you go to Marsabit, you go to Turkana, and His Excellency the Deputy President was in Turkana just the other day. for the first time taking a CT scan. People from Turkana used to pass Kapenguria. There was no CT scan. Kitale District Hospital, no CT scan, all the way to Eldoret, just to get a CT scan. When you go to other counties, the story is the same. And we can't say today that we are making progress. There are countries who are coming to Kenya to ask us, how did you do it? I was in Kampala the other day, and Kenya is celebrated as one of those success stories. How could we have brought about a system that changed governance in just 5 years that has achieved the kind of results that we have? So as we meet here, we are not just here to mourn about our painful colonial history. We are here to also celebrate about decisions we have made as a people and as a nation to bring about a paradigm shift in the governance of this country. And this particular conference is supposed to prove to the builders that these ASAL counties you see here today, these counties are like the proverbial stone that the builders cast away that has become the cornerstone for the transformation of our country. I believe at the end of this conference, we will be able to say that with confidence. We will be able to showcase that through this conference. And I thank all the counties that have come here that have displayed what they are doing in their counties. We've seen the Ushanga and with His Excellency, the Deputy President in Maralal the other day for the Camel Derby. And we saw what is amazing, our African women making beads and beautiful things that had never been thought of before. And rich culture and cultural tourism that we have never experienced. We have been to Loyangalani, and my brother, the Marsabit governor, is here. We were in Lodwa, the Tobungulare, enjoying the rich cultural festival that brought about not just Kenyans, but the Toposa from southern Sudan. We had the Karamoja, all the way from Uganda, celebrating rich cultural festivals that we will again be seeing in Isiolo and in Lamu. So we have, apart from the challenges that we face, the problems that we have a lot to celebrate. And to say that this stone that the builders cast away indeed will be the transformational stone for our country. We are not just looking at the cultural tourism, we are looking at Kenya's landmass. If you're talking about Kenya, over 586 square kilometers, you are talking of over 80% of the landmass of Kenya being in this ASAL region. Talking about land. What does that say to you? It means when you're talking about the Big Four, you're talking about the SDGs. We are saying that this will be realized in the ASAL counties. It is only here, and right here in Kilifi, that you can find 1 million acres that has not been productive, that can be made productive through irrigation. And we have the Galana Kulalo Food Security Project here. We do know that in other areas like Turkana, where we have discovered huge deposits of groundwater, there is huge potential for irrigation. In West Pokot, Lower Turkwel region, you have over 60,000 acres that with just a little irrigation will be able to produce a lot of food, maize and sugarcane and all this. So the Big Four will be realized, I believe, within these ASAL counties. And today we want to create the partnerships between the national government and the counties and our development partners. We each have a plan. As the national government, we have our Vision 2030. And I'm so happy that in this midst, we have the first minister who was in charge of Northern Kenya and ASAL lands, my good brother Elmi. I don't know if he's here. My good brother, yes, Elmi is right here. This is the man who, after 40 years of the Kano reign, when they brought about regime change in this country, and there was a change in terms of planning towards Northern Kenya, and we launched the Economic Recovery and Wealth Creation Program, and we set aside, for the first time, a ministry for Northern Kenya and arid and semi-arid lands. My brother Amy was the first one to lay the foundation, to create the strategic plan for this region, to also create session paper number 8 of 2012, which cancelled in all aspects session paper number 10 of 1965 that Governor Kingi has talked about. And this was on the basis of a strong foundation that the new constitution provided for us, and an opportunity to rebuild our country, a more equal Kenya, a fairer Kenya, a more inclusive Kenya. And when we're here today, ladies and gentlemen, these are the realities of our times, and this is the platform that we have the opportunity to interact, to look at what, as national government, we're doing in these regions, to look at the CIDPs for our respective county governments, what the governors have been doing for the last 5 years, and how we can strengthen these partnerships. To look at our development partners. As we sit here, all of you have your northern plans. All of you have your northern strategies. The issue is, how can we harmonize? How can we coordinate? How can we build partnerships between the national government, the county government, and our development partners, so that we synthesize and create an accelerated growth for a region that has hitherto been left behind in terms of development? Ladies and gentlemen, that's why we're here today. And I just want to thank you and to assure you that even as we celebrate, we still have challenges. Challenges facing us, challenges facing this region. And I say this in Makueni, and I want to repeat it here, that the biggest threat or the biggest enemy of devolution, even as we celebrate devolution today, is corruption. So ladies and gentlemen, even as we meet here, we must call a spade, not a big spoon. We must say, with His Excellency the President declaring war on corruption, we cannot, as national government, win this war on our own. We must have the counties join this war as we fight corruption from the top, led by His Excellency the President and the Deputy President. We must have governors leading the fight from the bottom, from the counties. That's how we are going to finish corruption in this country. And I believe also one other way of doing it is embracing technology. And I want to say, in the 21st century, technology has become almost magical. We can, and we have been shown, when you were going around with the Deputy President, latest technology that can enhance revenue collection, that can cut down corruption by those corrupt officials handling money, just through automation. We can embrace this technology to fight corruption. I know that, Your Excellency, a lot of people are a bit scared when His Excellency, the President, talked about this thing called lie detectors. No new technology, unafungwa kwa mkono namna hii, na inasema kama unadanganya ama unasema ukweli. It is a scary technology, but where we have reached as a country, we must employ all tools in order to win this war, including technology is one of them. And even as we meet here, Excellencies Governor, let us compare notes. Let us see those counties that have embraced new technology, how they have enhanced their revenue, on revenue collection, and what you're doing in your county as well. We also want to say that the other threat is cross-border attacks. When you look at the ASAL counties, Your Excellency, all the way from Migori, coming all the way to Kwale, and from Vanga to Kiunga, all the way from that corner of the country, Mandera, all the way to Turkana, and all the way to West Pokot. The longest border is actually, we are talking of ASAL counties. As much as there are threats, in terms of cattle rustling, in terms of terrorism, with Somalia just the other side, there are still opportunities that we're embracing. One of this, Your Excellency, is the cross-border initiative that was started in 2015 by His Excellency the President, when between Ethiopia and Court, they all come together and see how to integrate, how to work together, how to do trade, how we can build dams. And I'm very grateful the CS for Water is here, my good brother Chelugui. We're working very, very closely. The Ugandan side has dams. We need to do more dams on our side to help communities living along the borders. So we are looking at these as opportunities. And on the coastline, the blue economy. This is another area of great potential, untapped. We want to thank our development partners, particularly the EU. They were just briefing His Excellency, the Deputy President, now about the 2.5 billion blue economy program for the coastal counties. But we want to say that we should not just look at the blue oceans. I believe the blue economy also includes not just blue oceans, but the lakes and the rivers. And when you look at the ASAL region, when you talk about the lakes, apart from the long coastline of almost over 500 kilometers from Vanga to Kiunga, you have Lake Turkana that has Marsabit and Turkana there. you have Lake Nakuru, you have Lake Naivasha, you have Lake Baringo, Bogoria, they are all in the ASAL counties. So you're not just talking about the coastal line, but please let us expand the program so that we bring all the ASAL counties and we look at fish as one resource in this area. We also look at the issue of livestock, and you're talking of the ASAL counties holding over 70% of our livestock in Kenya, contributing over 12% to our GDP. When you look at the wildlife, 90% of the wildlife is in the ASAL region, and they are contributing over 15% to our GDP. So all we are saying is that this stone that the builders cast away will, and I believe from this conference, become the cornerstone for the socio-economic transformation of our country. Let me not belabor the point, but thank you, Your Excellency, for being here and accepting to open this very historic conference. And I would like to give this opportunity to our development partners. And I'm very, very glad that we have the American ambassador with us, Bob Godek. His Excellency, please, if you could come and say a few words on behalf of the other ambassadors. And after him, we have the UN SEED, please. We are doing quite a bit. Bob, please, Your Excellency. Yeah, yes, I think let the UN come first, SEED, then we'll have the US. And after that, we'll get the chairman of the Council of Governors to come and say a few words also. I see it.
Honorable William Ruto, Governor Nanok, the chair of the Council of Governors and the Governor of Turkana, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, Cabinet Secretary for Devolution and the ASAL counties, our extremely generous host, the Governor of Kilifi County, Amson Kingi, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the United States of America, Bob Godek, the Ambassador of Denmark, Mette Knudsen, the EU representative, all the development partners represented here, my brother, P.S. Mika Povon, all the cabinet secretaries, my colleagues from the UN family who are all sitting around over here, and I know that all of you are driven by the same passion that you saw in the words of the Honorable Cabinet Secretary. Good afternoon, Salaam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let me first start by, first of all, congratulating the vision of those who articulated the Kenyan Constitution. Because without that articulation, we would not have seen devolution. And someone was asking whose idea was this devolution, was this ASAL County Conference. As a matter of fact, the passionate Cabinet Secretary for Devolution summoned me and the EU representative during the meeting in Kakamega and said, how can we get all the ASAL counties together? So really the architect and the planner of this whole initiative is the Cabinet Secretary for Devolution. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya announced the Big Four, and the United Nations family responded to the Big Four with the United Nations Development Assistance Framework, or the UNDAF, which is from 2018 to 2022. I commend the President of the Republic of Kenya and the Deputy President for the vision, for the articulation, for the direction where we can go to with the Big Four agenda. If there is one thing that can transform this country, and particularly the ASAL counties, it is the Big Four. Why is universal health coverage so crucial? The fact is 1 million Kenyans get into poverty each year because of an out-of-pocket catastrophic health shock. That's precisely why we need universal health coverage. Why is it that last year in 2017, we saw one of the most degrading droughts ever, which affected all the ASAL counties? The impact of the drought has had a huge impact also on the economy of the country. And the repeated droughts are unacceptable, where Kenya can potentially be, to me, when C.S. Wamalwa mentioned Turkana. Turkana has about 70 years of groundwater sitting about 2 kilometers down underneath. Can we pull that water out? Can we make sure that we open the biggest irrigation channels? Can we turn Turkana into the breadbasket for the rest of Africa? That's the potential. That's the potential that we have in this country. So Kenya needs to take advantage of one reality, ladies and gentlemen. By 2030, just by 2030, 12 years from now, agro-business in Africa is going to be $1 trillion worth. Let me repeat that, $1 trillion. If we have to be smart as a nation state, we might need to get ahead of the curve. And agriculture alone has been proven to pull the maximum number of people out of poverty. So let me assure you, the UN colleagues in FAO, in UNDP, in IFAD, in WFP, stand completely committed to make sure that we walk this journey with you in achieving food security, in that aspect of resilience, which is crucial for us. The cross-border program that the Cabinet Secretary mentioned. Excellency, I just wanted to tell you that recently we had a visit from the ambassador in the UN on prevention of violent extremism and counterterrorism issues. He was quite surprised that this is the first of a kind vision that this country had together with Ethiopia of starting this program in Moyale. Very soon after that, last Friday, Cabinet Secretary Mamalwa, together with the Minister of Karamoja Affairs, have started working on a draft MOU in which we bring Uganda, Kenya, South Sudan, Ethiopia, and then gradually towards the Mandera Triangle of Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And finally, the ambassador of Kenya to Tanzania came and said, we need to start something similar on Kenya-Tanzania border. What does this essentially mean? It means few things. Number one, if we want to give momentum to the signing of the free trade agreement, which took place in Rwanda, you need borders which are accessible, peaceful, which allows the free movement of goods, services, and people. This is a start. And Kenya is becoming that beacon of an example where it can potentially not just be expanded to other parts of Africa, perhaps to other parts of the world. And in this, I really want to take this opportunity to thank the US government, the European Union, the Nordic partners like Denmark, Sweden, Norway, who've really walked this journey with the UN family and the government of Kenya to move this agenda forward. Kenya today has a debt of $50 billion, Excellency, and that debt is increasing. Our smartest way of changing that paradigm is to bring in more and more public-private partnerships. Our smartest way is to move and bring more and more private sector investments into this country, because that is how we will start to generate the jobs that are necessary. So again, on that count, the opportunities that universal health coverage in food security, in affordable housing, in manufacturing that we can, which basically means that we need to have the legislative environment and the enabling environment for the private sector to come in, which means we need to go from 130 in the ease of doing business to the top 20 in the ease of doing business, and it's very much possible in Kenya. Finally, youth of this country. Today, 1 million youth in Kenya join the workforce every year. That age group is 15 to 26. The median age of Kenya is 18. The median age of Africa is 19. We are the youngest continent right now in the world. The best thing for us is to be able to rapidly generate that employment opportunity that we have in order for Kenya to reap a demographic dividend. Again, Excellency, the United Nations Development Assistance Framework is aligned to deliver for you precisely that. And finally, today, we launched the UNDP country program document, which is the 2018 to 2022 country program document aligned to the government of Kenya's Big Four agenda. I would really request everybody to join us at 4:30 this afternoon to move this whole program that the UN Development Program needs to do with the government and the people of Kenya. God bless you, Mr. Deputy President.
Sorry. Before the US, we have the EU. And the coastal governors, please, we have already started the 2.5 billion blue economy. I think the EU, please, just come for a minute to invite our coastal people to participate in this program. But also to kind of Marsabit, as we said, blue economy should include the lakes. And most of the lakes are in the ASAL counties. So please include them also. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Cabinet Secretary and Excellencies Governors, if you allow me, all protocol observed, as I promised to be short in my remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a great honor for me to represent the European Union in this conference, inaugurating for the first time this meeting of Kenya's arid and semi-arid counties, bringing them together. And for the European Union, this is an extremely important moment to support unlocking the potential, because there is an extremely important potential in Kenya that needs to be opened and that needs to bring Kenya to the further level. Kenya is an emerging economy. Kenya is an important partner. It's actually one of the most important partners of the European Union in Africa and in the world. And we want to be with Kenya when you unlock the ASAL counties. We want to be there not just out of goodwill, Your Excellency, but because we have a common understanding that this is a goal we must pursue. And we must do it in a win-win partnership, and it's really all the EU wants. We do it also because politically we support devolution. The European Union is not that big monster that some portrays. The European Union is all about devolution. We do things in our union where they are best done, and that's what devolution is about. You do development locally because that's locally that you've got the knowledge, that's locally that you've got the tools, that's locally that you know what needs to be done for the population and the youth of this country, which is by far the biggest part of the population.
Deputy President William Ruto, Cabinet Secretary Wamalwa, Governor Nanak, the Chair of the Council of Governors, other governors, Cabinet Secretaries, Leader of the Majority, and other members of the National Assembly and the Senate, my colleagues in the Diplomatic Corps, waheshimiwa mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo, habari zenu, mambo, poa sana. It is absolutely terrific to be here with you in extraordinarily beautiful Malindi here in Kilifi County at this inaugural ASAL conference. And I'm here today representing Kenya's development partners, and I want to say that as partners, we are committed to working with all of you. We are committed to working with the government, Kenya, the counties, the people all across this great and beautiful country to help sustain and indeed increase the progress and the pace of progress that this country has made in recent years. You know, quite correctly, Kenya's Vision 2030 identifies the development of the ASAL counties as a top priority. So I want to thank the Ministry of Devolution, the government, the counties themselves for hosting this important conference. It is indeed a moment, an opportunity for transformative change here in Kenya. You know, although the ASAL counties are making strides in economic and social development, and they have huge potential, they still face big challenges. They're 89% of Kenya's land surface, but the ASAL counties include 20 of the poorest counties in the country. They have the lowest development indicators in Kenya. Between 74 and 97% of the people living in these counties are below the absolute poverty line. The environment in the counties poses a big challenge as well. Drought is a huge threat, and it's occurring more frequently. Of course, in 2017, the ASAL counties faced a drought emergency with an estimated 3.4 million Kenyans not having enough to eat every day. And the drought was followed by an unprecedentedly heavy rainfall that resulted in casualties and livestock disease outbreaks in many of these regions. You know, the problems of poverty and underdevelopment and natural disasters are not easy to solve. But all of you know, Governor, Deputy President, all of us know that they must be solved, and that as Kenya makes progress, no one should be left behind. Now, devolution is helping to ensure that all Kenyans are given opportunities and that development takes place across this great country. Devolution has brought people closer to their government and government closer to people. It's enhanced local participation. It's expanded the political space. Counties are determining their priorities and making budget allocations that respond to what the people want. The Kenyan people I know, because I've been now all across this great and beautiful country, they are committed to devolution. They believe in the system, but they also have big expectations. They want a lot and they deserve a lot. They want to see an increase in the level of accountability in local government. They want to see greater inclusion. They want to see more development. They want to see jobs. They want to see opportunities for themselves and for their children. And, you know, well, the progress that these counties make and the people make are going to depend on the performance in each county and by each of the governors that are here. It also depends on the collective performance that happens. Depends on counties reaching across those county lines. It depends on the national government. It depends on everybody coming together. It depends on everybody coming together. There are some promising developments like the Frontier Counties Development Council. These will help, but more needs to happen, and I think this conference will help. As the ASAL counties continue to advance development, continue to realize the extraordinary opportunities that are out there, the international partners are here to help. The governments of the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, Sweden, Denmark, as well as the other development partners such as the European Commission and Union, the World Bank, the UN, all of us are close partners. Each of us is implementing programs, working with the government of Kenya and with the counties. Each of us is committed to taking actions based on local realities and international best practices. Each of us is committed to strengthening communities, helping to make them more resilient before crisis hits. Each of us is advancing the goal of individuals and communities and helping them to take care of themselves so that they're not going to need assistance anymore, because that is the goal. And Kenya is getting closer, day by day, year by year, to realizing that goal. And toward that end, we're going to continue to invest in increased access to safe drinking water, improvements in sanitation and hygiene infrastructure, higher quality health care and education, expanded transport infrastructure, better nutrition, improved service delivery, better education. All of these things we're going to be working on. We're also going to seek to unlock the economic potential of the ASAL counties by supporting the many, many activities that are underway, whether it's in livestock or pasture fodder production, beekeeping, fishing, and manufacturing, all of those other huge opportunities that are out there for these counties. Ultimately, we are focused on ensuring that the interests of the Kenyan people come first as we work to expand, increase opportunity, and improve service delivery along with the national and county governments. As we all continue efforts to advance development in the counties, I do want to mention three other very specific and critical challenges. First, for the counties to make progress, women too must be given an opportunity to contribute in line with the Constitution. Today, women and girls in too many of these counties face huge challenges, including discrimination, a lack of access to education, FGM, and early childhood marriage. Women must be full participants and leaders in the ASALs if the counties are going to make progress. Second, corruption continues to be a scourge in Kenya, including in the ASALs. Corruption discourages foreign investment and slows economic growth. Corruption is theft, plain and simple, and it's undermining the future in the ASAL counties as well as in other places in Kenya. And we welcome His Excellency President Kenyatta's commitment to fight against corruption. We welcome the many other efforts that other individuals, politicians, agencies, ODPP, DCI, ECC, all of these, we welcome their commitment to this fight. But everyone really has to be part of this, don't they? Every Kenyan has to join this effort. And the time for action is now all across this country. Third, the private sector. I've talked a little bit about the role that governments can play, including the development partners, but the reality is that development occurs fastest and best when the private sector is part of the effort. They've got to be there. So continuing to improve Kenya's already increasing, ease of doing business level, that's critically important. Getting the private sector engaged with investment, trade, this is critical if the counties are going to develop. In the last week, Kenya has been very much on the world stage, and we welcome, the United States welcomes the attention that Kenya is receiving because it reflects the country's real progress and potential. And as partners, we look to continue to build our shared programs with the government and people of this great country in order to further accelerate progress, to include in the ASAL counties. We're proud of the support that the development partners are providing. We're proud of the transparency that it's encouraging, the self-sufficiency it's building, and we look to see the long-term prosperity of this country. And during this conference, we hope for insightful deliberations and new commitments to action
for the benefit of all Kenyans. Together, we are building a better world for Kenyans and for all of us. Pamoja tusonge mbele, asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
The governor of Kilifi, who I served with him in the 10th parliament when he was a member of parliament for Magarini, and he has to make full disclosure on how he accessed that very, very important history about NFD. And I want to thank him because from where I sit as the leader of majority, I at times don't get that privilege. If I was a member for Garissa Township, yes, but as a leader of government business, the extent to what I can say at times is very limited. But I'm sure he spoke for many, including myself. Your Excellency, but what is the purpose of history? The purpose of history is for you to use that history to chart the future. And I think this conference will only use that bit of the governor for reference purpose. But they must deal with the issue of today in as far as NFD and the ASAL region is concerned. Your Excellency, you remember in our political history with you, the only time we parted ways was during the constitutional making process. When I joined the YES team, and you joined, you were leading the team that opposed the constitution implementation, with the very good reasons that 20% was not good, which people are now agreeing with you. And one of the reasons why I supported the 2010 constitution were twofold. One was the enactment of the Cadiz Court in the constitution, and the second and most important one was the article on devolution. And today, as we sit here as ASAL counties, as pastoralist counties, we must ask ourselves that 5 years down the line, over 200 billion shillings from the national government went to our counties. And Your Excellency, before the advent of devolution, the 3 counties of northeastern province of Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera then used to receive barely 1 billion shilling from the national government. And the records are there. Today, those 3 counties receive close to about 27 billion. And I think as pastoralists, as people from ASAL, the time when we should lament is over. We must synergize all the resources that we have, from devolution, from CDF, from the national government, from the donors, and from other friendly quarters, and the revenue we collect from our counties. So we must ask ourselves, now that we have the decision-making powers provided by the Constitution, how do we use the resources we have given to us by the Constitution to turn around the lives and the livelihoods of the people of the ASAL region? Coming to equalization, Your Excellency, in Article 204 of the Constitution, the counties, the 14 counties then, have until today close to 19 billion which have not been used. And even in that Constitution, 2045, it says that all monies that have been earmarked for equalization will not, even if they are not used, they will not be returned back to the national treasury. So we still have 19 billion. But the Commission for Revenue Allocation, and I'm very, very happy, part of the 5-member team, 2 of them are from the ASAL. They are pastoralists. And we had a very good reason why in Parliament, when we were vetting and putting them to that commission, their main purpose was, of course, to work as commissioners, but to protect the interests and the aspiration of the ASAL and the pastoralist. I am standing here that I am very much disappointed today as the leader of majority, that you can dare expand the 14 counties to 34 counties. And that is against the spirit and the letter of that article. That is, and Your Excellency, we the pastoralists, we will not go that, we will not take it lightly. We will challenge it, even if it means challenging it in the court of the public opinion, and we will take it to the Supreme Court for further interpretation. Because there's no way the Constitution can talk of 14 counties, and then all of a sudden you say that a village or a slum in Nairobi or in Eldoret or in Kisumu can be part of those regions that can access equalization, and that, Your Excellency, is bringing it through the back door. And I'm sure under the spirit of the new Constitution, there are men and women who will interpret the Constitution. And we will take that, that matter there. But let me challenge the pastoralist or the ASAL region. We are faced with serious issues of insecurity, issues of FGM. Thousands of our children don't go to school. There is high level of maternal deaths. There is high level of poor health systems in our counties. And I think the policies, the documents that will come out of this important conference must guide Parliament, must guide the national government, must guide donors, and must guide policymakers, so that all of us together, we move and unlock the potential that is there in the pastoralists. Finally, Your Excellency, under your government and the government of President Uhuru Kenyatta, the ASAL region, the pastoralist counties, have had a meaning when it comes to the development agenda. Today, there's serious infrastructure going on in ASAL regions, whether it is roads, whether it's electricity, whether it is healthcare. Today, the beauty we see in the pastoralist areas in terms of healthcare equipment is part of the national government program of equipping over 96 health facilities. And I'm sure when we will be asked to audit the history of Kenya, and we give a scorecard to each and every successive government, I'm sure the government of Uhuru Kenyatta and you yourself will have a space for the people who belong to this region. With those many remarks, Your Excellency, I was shocked, when I saw Kiambu, and I asked the governor of Kajiado, what is happening? And he told me between Kiambu and Kajiado County, there's an area which is dry. When I saw my former party chair, Honorable Kiraitu Murungi, I asked him, then he told me the constituencies that border Isiolo County, and I agree with him, they are all dry. Of course, in Nyeri, there's a Kieni and Tharaka Nithi. And I'm sure those who have joined the ASAL, by extension, you become pastoralist. And you must live by the culture and aspiration and the motto of the pastoralist. You cannot be part of us and then you practice something which is foreign to our pastoralist lifestyle. Thank you very much.
You might just come and move the ocean. May I pass, before I invite the chair of the Council of Governors. With your permission, Your Excellency, I know you have to go back to another function, but my brother Moses and I, the Governor Samburu, have worked closely together in organizing this. He was representing COG. Perhaps before the chair comes, if you could just say a word as the chair of the pastoralist. Thank you.
You can just say hi like that. Welcome, Colonel. Potato loto, potato loto, potato loto, Turukani Kenya, potato loto, potato loto, potato loto, Malindi Kenya, Basi Gitunga, Nitiro Rossi, Beturukani, Mere Kenya, Anikiroto, Ilosikitan, Tamakane, Alosi Kenya, Tokona Bota, Ebele Yesu, Kakuta Inguna. Welcome to the place. Potato Loto, Potato Loto, Potato Loto. Welcome to Potato Loto, Potato Loto, Potato Loto, Malindi Kenya. Haya, sisi kama watu wa ASAL, huwa tunaruka namna hii. Kama singi upe, tanangadie, ngi karmoto, ngi kidunyete kosi, kidakia chami. We want peace. We want love. Let's not fight. Esilangi tunga, kotu turukan, ato elokin, ele toke yare, ele liakisi, ebala kuju, tomina ginite, loke lope. Love the side, Adi, love your neighbors, potato loto, Adi, let's go where? Tumalini is in Kenya, Turkana is in Kenya. What? The invited participants who have honored the invitation, and more specifically, the Ministry of Devolution and ASALs, in conjunction with the ASAL Committee of the Council of Governors, for ably convening this critical forum. It clearly shows the commitment towards unlocking the potential of ASALs for accelerated national development. Today is a big day for the 29 ASAL counties in Kenya. Today is a progressive day for the pastoralist communities in Kenya, who make up almost close to 60% of the total 29 ASAL counties. Today, I want to briefly but concisely highlight specific areas where we can concretize and maximize impact. This is in light of the renewed zeal to transform ASAL counties from being marginalized to being an example to the rest of the country. It's high time we as counties should be able to lead the way in charting our trajectory, while others come in to support our efforts. This can only be done through implementation of pragmatic solutions informed by evidence-backed needs. It is my hope that this forum will further lay foundational basis for our focus and priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, health indicators in ASALs are poor, particularly for women and children with high maternal, infant, and child mortality, high levels of acute malnutrition, and low immunization coverage. The percentage of children delivered with trained care in ASALs is less than a third of the national average. We know that to achieve Kenya's Vision 2030, and indeed to achieve the big four priorities of His Excellency the President, economic growth rates alone cannot result in improved social nor economic well-being of the most vulnerable. We know that so far the current growth rate has not been inclusive because it is not changing the lives of the small mwananchi. Even with growth rates currently at 5.5% and expected to peak at an impressive 6.2% by 2021, this will not be enough to bring about the socioeconomic changes that we aspire.
Malnutrition rates in the arid and semi-arid land counties have been the challenge in the country. Additionally, recent drought and flood conditions have led to a decline in school attendance, participation, and rising dropout rates. Have we tried to investigate why this is the case and what is costing us as a nation? Ladies and gentlemen, Article 56 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, obligates the state to put in place affirmative action programs designed to empower minorities and marginalized groups. Similarly, Article 174 of the Constitution on Devolved Government underscores the importance of the interests and rights of the minorities and marginalized communities. We have seen together as a unit, the sky is not the limit but the start. The potential of ASAL countries hold the future geo-economic game changer for Kenya. The untapped natural resources that the ASAL counties possess are numerous. We have the ability to produce both for local and international markets. For example, livestock, which is the breadbasket of pastoralists, has shown immense potential. Since 2012, the number of selected livestock slaughtered were as follows. Cattle and calves, about 9,300,000. Sheep and goats, 33 million. Pigs, 1.4 million, without mentioning our transport animals, the camel, which is also a big, significant number. Moreover, we have the emerging timber forest products like the gums and resins. Currently, we are producing 10% secretariat for the financial year 2018-2019. We have transformed this committee from an ad hoc into a substantive one. This will serve as a unit within the secretariat and will deal with matters relevant to ASAL in conjunction with the ASAL counties, such as ASAL policy and equalization fund. I encourage ASAL stakeholders to come on board and work with us closely in unlocking the potential of the ASALs. Ladies and gentlemen, to be able to bring about accelerated socio-economic development to the ASAL counties, we need to ensure that programs implemented leave no one behind. As such, we need to understand what the underlying causes of our challenges are. We will ensure that decisions and policies we make are well grounded in research and evidence. And I will not hesitate to talk about the equalization fund, which my colleagues have discussed about in the past. We in the Council of Governors, and particularly me, from a marginalized county, share in the same sentiment. For indeed, the equalization fund should be able to resolve what the Constitution had provided it for. Second, we also think that the implementation of the equalization fund is wanting. To place it in the national treasury for basic services that are supposed to be implemented in the counties is going to be a major challenge in implementing these. And this is the reason why the rollout of those funds have been problematic to date. My suggestion moving forward is two-pronged. Either we create legislation to have equalization funds as conditional grants to county governments that are recipients, or we create an authority within the Ministry of Devolution and ASALs to implement this fund. I extend a special message of gratitude to our partners who have steadily worked with the Council and the 29 ASAL counties in this devolution journey. Their work and partnership has been valuable. Nonetheless, we will actually want, together with our partners, together with the national government, to be able to implement one program approach across all the 29 ASAL counties. This is the only way we can be able to measure progress of what we are doing. As it stands now, all the funding be it from development partners, be it from the national government, be it from the county governments. They are working as isolated pockets on their own, measuring their own successes. But you are not collectively looking at the impact we are making to the people we are assisting. And I think this conference must come up with an undertaking that we should be able to work together in programs. Programs we developed should be in line with the programs the government sets forward, so that we don't have individually, even development partners, doing their own design of programs and running them outside the framework of both the national government and the county government. I think we need to walk along that road so that we can be able to measure the impact and be able to collectively be able to look at gaps that we can be able to put our resources into. To the ASAL counties, let us talk about scaling the small, little, micro things we are doing. Let us talk about putting quality for products that are not only sellable in the local village, but they are sellable nationally and internationally. And I think I want to challenge all of us, including development partners, let's walk that path. Yes, indeed, we have helped that mother to produce some small package, but it is only sellable in that local village. So let's think beyond that. And I think that is the aspiration the president had when he talked about the priority of manufacturing. These are the new emerging conflicts that we should be able, within ASAL, to be able to resolve. And then finally, is a matter of improving governance systems. It's a critical point. I think devolution has only been implemented for 6 years. It's still very young. For county governments within ASAL areas, particularly the core 21 ASAL counties that are pastoralist pure, governance, improving governance structure is a priority for us, beginning with education, beginning with capacity building, dealing and tackling with issues, corruption, making sure that we've put the requisite systems in place. And I can tell you, each of the 29 governments, county governments, are putting every effort to make sure that these systems are put in place. And as I say, be it at the county level, be it at the national level, must be dealt with within the law. To conclude, the Council of Governors has a duty by itself to be a global benchmark of excellence in devolution, that is non-partisan, providing a supportive pillar for county governments as a platform for consultation, information sharing, performance management, dispute resolution. With us being here, we will have been able to achieve such a gargantuan task. There is a lot more to be done, and together we will be up to the task to make sure we've delivered for our people.
In ASAL's development, plus the National Assembly would like to register its presence and also to notify the stakeholders here that as we move forward in recognizing the issues of the ASALs, arid and semi-arid areas, we support the ideals which have been properly articulated here by the national government, by the leader majority on behalf of the parliament, but also to say that we are on the forefront and development issues in these ASALs require that we read together from the same page. I have colleagues who have come from the Senate, and if there are any from the National Assembly, I'd like for them to stand, please. All senators and members of the National Assembly have come.
Just once said that the greatest cruelty by man against fellow man is not to hate them, but to be indifferent to them. I think as we close, and His Excellency will be our final speaker today, we want to reflect on the 50 years that perhaps we have been indifferent to a region that holds great potential. And from our deliberations, from this conference, we want to come up with ways of unlocking that potential. And I just want to thank you as I welcome His Excellency. I know that we have had many deputy or vice presidents before him, And I do not think there's one single one of them, and you're talking of almost 10, who has been a friend of the ASALs, who has been to every county, maybe twice, more than 3 times, than His Excellency, the Deputy President. We're just with him for the Camel Derby in Maralal. From there, he went to Sololo. We were with him here recently. We had a conference at the Pride Inn. In the afternoon, we were in Tana River distributing food. And in the evening, we ended up in Garashe in Kilifi. And may I take this opportunity to request you to be upstanding to welcome His Excellency, the Deputy President, to officially open this conference for us. Thank you, Excellency, for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, let's take our seats. Sorry about that small commotion there. I was told that maybe that was a bit on the side. Some people could not see. So there was no big drama around this. It was just, I think, a logistical issue. Distinguished leaders present here, our development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before I make my statement, and I will make it brief, I just want to correct maybe 2 or 3 issues. Our CS, very able CS, Eugene Wamalwa, has said that 700 delegates were invited. I don't know whether fortunately or unfortunately, 1,000 came. I don't know exactly whether that's a good thing, because in this era of managing our resources well, I don't know how we ended up with an extra 300 people and who is going to pay for them. So the second item I want to address myself to, I heard the leader of majority, Aden Duale, say that he appreciates what was said by our brother Jefferson Kingi. And he alluded to the fact that he cannot say it because he's a leader of majority, suggesting that as leader of majority, he has been gagged from speaking the truth. It is important that I set the record straight, that we haven't gagged anybody from speaking the truth, however difficult that truth may be. And lastly, to appreciate and thank my friend from Lodwar, who sang a wonderful song. And I agree that when we went for Tobong Lore, he made a serious pitch for national unity. And he made his song, that Turkana is Kenya, is a very appropriate song also in this forum, I guess, so that we can remind ourselves also that Pwani is Kenya. I hope he made that. Having said that, in our midst we have CSS and PSS. Maybe I'll just ask them to stand up so that we can recognize. We have the CS for water, Mr. Chelugui. We have Mr. Desai, our PS for TVET. We have Sunkuli, our PS for environment. For devolution, sorry, he changed offices. We have Powon, our CS for ASAL areas. And we have CAS, Mr. Dado. And then, of course, Eugene Omalwa. Oh, yeah, and we have PS Sigor, the PS for irrigation. And we have our CAS Kachapin for for matters energy. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, we have CS, our good friend from environment. Thank you very much. Oh, and Madam Guchu, our CAS for water. Please, a round of applause for that lady. Today we converge, ladies and gentlemen, here for what is, in my view, one of the most important socio-economic conversations of our times in our country. We have gathered here in pursuit of a fuller and more inclusive economy and shared prosperity. What we discuss here, what we conceptualize here, and what we act upon from this conference will shape the future of not just here for what is, in my view, one of the most important socio-economic conversations of our times in our country. We have gathered here in pursuit of a fuller and more inclusive economy and shared prosperity. What we discuss here, what we conceptualize here, and what we act upon from this conference will shape the future of not just the ASAL areas, but the future of our country. We are here because we all know that arid and semi-arid areas have serious economic potential, and if unlocked, can change millions of lives, lift up communities, and secure prosperity for many generations. This platform presents a new beginning, a fresh focus, and a strong, unwavering will to create a new socio-economic narrative for arid and semi-arid lands. And when we talk about this narrative, we have the singular opportunity to change the narrative of our marginalized, of our arid and semi-arid areas from that of marginalization to opportunity and potential. We are living with the reality of a changing climate, but we are also living with the most technologically advanced age in human history and the most progressive era of Kenyan governance, meaning if we are committed and if we are diligent, we can create a new economic dawn for our arid and semi-arid areas. There are 29 counties represented in this forum. Your challenges may be similar, but your opportunities are vast and diverse. This forum, the chance to explore how to maximize on our opportunities is available, while we have the opportunity also to minimize or eliminate challenges associated with ASAL areas. The Constitution has guaranteed funds for devolution and equalization, but the truth is, the task requires more than money. It also requires transformative policy thinking, a common purpose, and an urgent pragmatic action. Similarly, or simultaneously, funding to the 27 ASAL counties increased from 114 billion in 2013 to Kenya shillings 185 billion last year. This makes arid and semi-arid areas the counties the biggest beneficiaries of revenue allocations, standing at the moment at 60%. Year 2018-19, 4.7 billion was allocated to this fund. This is just in our current budget. I further want to note that following the review of the marginalization policy by the Commission on Revenue Allocation, a total of 34 counties, including 29 ASAL counties, will benefit from the fund for the next 3 years. I have heard about the debate. I have listened very carefully. And I want to ask those who have opinions on this subject to engage the Commission on Revenue Allocation. It is a Kenyan commission. It is run by Kenyans. and they understand all our languages. Let's engage them. They are a commission, and I am sure they are willing to take on board suggestions that come from different actors and different stakeholders. As government, we will make the resources available and the framework to agree on how these resources will be utilized will be subjected as usual to the constitutional parameters of public participation, using the right institutions. I do not think it is necessary for anybody to go to court. I think these are issues we can solve by engaging in constructive conversation that will help us unlock whatever it is that we want from the Equalization Fund. We encourage counties to continue dialogue with the Commission to ensure that the Equalization Fund is implemented as envisaged in the Constitution. Irrigation is central to transformation in arid and semi. I don't know whether fortunately or unfortunately, 1,000 came. I don't know exactly whether that's a good thing, because in this era of managing our resources well, I don't know how we ended up with an extra 300 people and who is going to pay for them. So the second item I want to address myself to, I heard the leader of majority, Aden Duale, say that he appreciates what was said by our brother Jefferson Kingi. And he alluded to the fact that he cannot say it because he's a leader of majority, suggesting that as leader of majority, he has been gagged from speaking the truth. It is important that I set the record straight, that we haven't gagged anybody from speaking the truth, however difficult that truth may be. And lastly, to appreciate and thank my friend from Lodwar, who sang a wonderful song. And I agree that when we went for Tobong Lore, he made a serious pitch for national unity. And he made his song, that Turkana is Kenya, is a very appropriate song also in this forum, I guess, so that we can remind ourselves also that Pwani is Kenya. I hope he made that. Having said that, in our midst we have CSS and PSS. Maybe I'll just ask them to stand up so that we can recognize. We have the CS for water, Mr. Chelugui. We have Mr. Desai, our PS for TVET. We have Sunkuli, our PS for environment. For devolution, sorry, he changed officers. We have Powon, our CS for ASAL areas. And we have CAS, Mr. Dado. And then, of course, Eugene Omalwa. Oh, yeah, and we have PS Sigor, the PS for irrigation. And we have our CAS Kachapin for matters energy. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, we have CAS, our good friend from environment. Thank you very much. Oh, and Madam Guchu, our CAS for water. Please, a round of applause for that lady. Today we converge, ladies and gentlemen, here for what is, in my view, one of the most important socio-economic conversations of our times in our country. We have gathered here in pursuit of a fuller and more inclusive economy and shared prosperity. What we discuss here, what we conceptualize here, and what we act upon from this conference will shape the future of not just the ASAL areas, but the future of our country. We are here because we all know that arid and semi-arid areas have serious economic potential, and if unlocked, can change millions of lives, lift up communities, and secure prosperity for many generations. This platform presents a new beginning, a fresh focus, and a strong and unwavering will to create a new socioeconomic narrative for arid and semi-arid lands. And when we talk about this narrative, we have the singular opportunity to change the narrative of our marginalized, of our arid and semi-arid areas from that of marginalization to opportunity and potential. We are living with the reality of a changing climate, but we are also living with the most technologically advanced age in human history and the most progressive era of Kenyan governance, meaning if we are committed and if we are diligent, we can create a new economic dawn for our arid and semi-arid areas. There are 29 counties represented in this forum. Your challenges may be similar, but your opportunities are vast and diverse. This forum, the chance to explore how to maximize on our opportunities is available, while we have the opportunity also to minimize or eliminate challenges associated with ASAL areas. The Constitution has guaranteed funds for devolution and equalization, but the truth is, the task requires more than money. It also requires transformative policy thinking, a common purpose, and an urgent pragmatic action. Similarly, or simultaneously, funding to the 27 ASAL counties increased from 114 billion in 2013 to Kenya shillings 185 billion last year. This makes arid and semi-arid areas the counties the biggest beneficiaries of revenue allocations, standing at the moment at 60%. Article 203 of the Constitution provides for equalization fund derived from audited government revenues to go to 14 ASAL counties. Since then, Kenya shillings 12.4 billion has been deposited in that kitty. During the financial year 2018-19, 4.7 billion was allocated to this fund. This is just in our current budget. I further want to note that following the review of the marginalization policy by the Commission on Revenue Allocation, a total of 34 counties, including 29 ASAL counties, will benefit from the fund for the next 3 years. I have heard about the debate. I have listened very carefully. And I want to ask those who have opinions on this subject to engage the Commission on Revenue Allocation. It is a Kenyan commission. It is run by Kenyans, and they understand all our languages. Let's engage them. They are a commission, and I am sure they are willing to take on board suggestions that come from different actors and different stakeholders. As government, we will make the resources available, and the framework to agree on how these resources will be utilized will be subjected, as usual, to the constitutional parameters of public participation, using the right institutions. I do not think it is necessary for anybody to go to court. I think these are issues we can solve by engaging in constructive conversation that will help us unlock whatever it is that we want from the Equalization Fund. We encourage counties to continue dialogue with the Commission to ensure that the Equalization Fund is implemented as envisaged in the Constitution. Irrigation is central to transformation in arid and semi-arid areas. Through the National Irrigation Board, we are deploying modern irrigation technologies to intensify food production in various projects across the country. The Galana Gulalu Food Security Project, hosted by the counties of Kilifi and Tana River, is a prime case study. Phase 1 involves the establishment of a 10,000-acre model farm to test the recommended technologies. Phase 2 will see the development of a 2 billion cubic meter dam and water conveyancing system for 150,000 acres, while Phase 3 will entail the development of a major infrastructure projects like roads, railway lines to the standard gauge railway, the Lamu Port, the Southern Sudan Ethiopia transport corridor, and the international airport. Drought is a major hazard in arid and semi-arid areas, often leading to the destruction of livelihoods and loss of lives. As a result, the government is prioritizing the construction of large dams in the counties to store water for multi-purpose during drought to mitigate its effects and improve outcomes. This mega dams project will alleviate the challenges of climate change, serve growing populations, and increase the country's water storage capacity. The following projects are earmarked for arid and semi-arid areas. The following projects are some of the projects earmarked for arid and semi-arid areas. Mwache Multi-Purpose Dam Development Project. This is a Vision 2030 flagship project funded to the tune of 20 billion shillings. This is a project that will provide 138 million cubic meters of water for Kwale and Mombasa counties. Thwake Dam in Kitui and Makueni counties to be built at an estimate of 42 billion is jointly funded by the Government of Kenya and the African Development Bank. It will provide water for irrigation, domestic use, and energy generation. The High Grand Falls Dam, located along the River Tana in Tharaka Nithi and Kitui counties, is a large-scale multi-purpose water reservoir catering for public water supply, irrigation, water regulation, flood control, and power production to effectively contribute to regional and national socio-economic development. It has a storage capacity of 5.4 billion cubic liters and at completion will generate 500 megawatts of power. The Crocodile Jaw Dam in Isiolo will cost about 8 billion shillings and will serve Laikipia, Isiolo, and Samburu counties. Others include the Narrow Moru Dam in Kieni East and Karemenu Dam in Kieni West at a combined cost of about 13 billion Kenya shillings. The government has put in place ending drought emergency strategy to end suffering as a result of drought by the year 2022. As per the agreement, the EU, through the Water Sector Trust Fund, will fund climate-proof infrastructure projects to improve water supply and sanitation in arid and semi-arid areas. On our part, we have committed to the common program framework on ending drought emergencies that target 23 ASAL counties. The 11th Development Fund has also provided financing towards 8 ASAL counties, namely Baringo, Kajiado, Kilifi, Kitui, Mandera, Samburu, Taita Taveta, and West Pokot. These 8 counties will implement the climate-proofed infrastructure program to the cost of 27 million euros, that's about 3 billion Kenya shillings, of which the government of Kenya will contribute about 500 million and counties will contribute 350 million. In the energy sector, the Lake Turkana Wind Power project is the single largest private investment in Kenya's history. The project will cover 40,000 acres and is located in Loyangalani, Marsabit County, and is expected to inject 310 megawatts into the national grid, which is equivalent to 15% of our national installed capacity. For the first time in 50 years, Garissa is now connected to the national grid through the Kindaruma Mwingi Garissa power line, completed in May 2016 at a cost of 800 million Kenya shillings. The Takwel to Lokichar power line is under construction at a cost of 1.7 billion Kenya shillings, and shortly, in 2 or 3 months, we should be able to power that line and connect power. Through the Rural Electrification Authority, the government is installing off-grid electric systems, such as the 55 megawatt solar plant in Garissa and 25 solar diesel mini-grids in the 5 off-grid counties of Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Turkana, and Garissa. I am pleased to announce that we now have in place a legal framework that secures the oil revenue sharing formulas between the communities and the government. Under the oil pilot scheme, we will track 2,000 barrels of oil per day from existing oil wells in Lodwar, in Lokichar, Turkana County to the port of Mombasa. Given the discovery of minerals in the arid areas, we urge the private sector to explore partnership options to help process these resources and provide a platform for the industrialization of arid and semi-arid areas.
Counties, and to support this conference with our presence, but also with our political and financial engagement towards devolution, which is an extremely important part of the legacy and a live legacy of the Constitution. The Constitution of 2010 brings devolution to life, and this is something for us, European Union, extremely important. We think that things are better done when they are done at the level where they meet people's needs, and that's what devolution does. So seeing all these counties gathering here and thinking about how to unlock their potential is an extremely important signal that we wanted to support and sustain. We also have been engaged since a number of years with the NDMA, and I'm very pleased to be with the CEO today in supporting the building resilience in Kenya and helping Kenya face the challenges caused by drought. Droughts are repeating themselves, becoming more regular events, and that's a very sad thing, but that's also, we reckon, and Kenya and the EU work together on this, it's a consequence of climate change. As you know, Kenya and the EU are strong partners in climate change policy. We've worked together to lead to the Paris Agreement. We are working together to implement the Paris Agreement, which stays, as we speak, the only instrument worldwide to curb climate change and to fight climate change. Locally, of course, these are global challenges, but locally the challenge is to help Kenya in building resilience and building better prevention for drought. Last year Kenya has faced an important drought, and thanks to all the efforts also by the NDMA, Kenya has managed to answer to these challenges. And now that the drought is behind us, the NDMA is also engaging, and we support that very strongly in preventing, in putting in place mechanisms that can make the response, the prevention, a better one, and make sure that counties and local communities are prepared for these events that will repeat themselves, as I said, because this is part of the climate change that we are facing. So that's, these are all the reasons, I think, why we are here today, but I will now let the word to... Yeah.
The EU has been funding drought risk management over about 14-15 years, over the last 14-15 years. Is there any funding in the pipeline over the next 2 or 3 years from the EU as far as drought management is concerned? And if any, how much are we talking about?
Certainly there is. This is a long-term engagement, and a long-term engagement with the NDMA.
which is our chosen agency. I think even in countries in the neighborhood now, they look at what the NDMA is achieving, and this makes us proud as well to see these things. So yes, we are coming with extra funds. I think in the range of 12 million euros are in the pipeline. So in shillings, that's but 12 billion could be around 12 billion shillings. Yeah. 12 million euros are in the pipeline, and we'll continue working to maintain and sustain.
12 million euros in the pipeline. Does that one mean they have been approved by EC?
By the European Union?
Yes.
Yes.
Already?
They are, that's a chunk of money, if I could say, which is approved, being in our pipeline. We say that, so we're going through the administrative procedures, but the money is allocated to NDMA. Yes.
It will cover what period?
Sorry?
It will cover what period?
It will cover mostly the prevention and supporting Kenya in being better prepared before the next drought comes.
Yes, a time frame.
In time frames,
Yes,
sorry.
I'm asking about the time frame.
In the next 4 years, correct? Yeah.
Okay, today during the conference we had the chairman of Council of Governors speaking about the organization, like working together using one agenda, like following if they have like 4 agendas that they are following, then he was saying that we need to work together as well there.
Yes, definitely. Coordination between development partners is an important part of our advocacy as European Union, and even inside our union. Sorry to be a bit technical, but we've got 20 member states here represented, which have 20 different programs, and we've made what we call in the last 12 months a joint programming. So we are putting all the efforts together. It doesn't mean we all choose the same sector, but we all know and we all channel the money in a way not to overlap. And we've presented this strategy, joint strategy, to the government now, which has endorsed it. We'll officially launch it in the coming weeks, but it's a great achievement of coordination. Then, of course, we coordinate with other partners like the US, like Canada, Australia, and we do it through a framework set up by the government, which is the Development Partner Group, in which we are very active, and which is usually chaired actually by the Deputy President. Sorry.
What measures have you put in place to make sure the funds
Well, it's the framework. It's a good question indeed, but it's the framework that we always use. We are a bit of a control freak organization, and some of our partners always said you are very slow, but that's because we control a lot how the funds are used. And until now, I must say that Kenya and the Court of Auditors of the European Union has monitored that. Kenya has used the funds given by the European Union in a correct way in general terms. And so we continue monitoring for sure. We are with the President on this fight against corruption because, as it was also said today, any shilling which is taken away from the citizen is a lost shilling. It's a benefit, short-term benefit for the one who steals it, but it's a long-term loss for Kenya. So this has to change, this has to stop, and this is really a fight where the European Union will stand with Kenya and will be determined to support Kenya on fighting corruption.
Can you have one more question? Your Excellency, you mentioned about supporting the ASAL counties to undertake trade and equally integrating them into the global trade.
Together with the government, 15 counties, 10 of them are actually ASAL counties, to which we give a grant to develop a specific sector, something which is not yet developed as business in that county. It can be from the potato trade to a slaughterhouse to making leather and things like that, improving mango growing and these kind of projects. And this has really the potential to create employment for the youth in the counties and also to create added value chains, which is the way Kenya will develop on a more equal basis. If you create the value chains, then you sustain the business on the longer term. So that's what really we are pursuing.
Is it something already ongoing?
This is something which is, some of the programs have already been signed, and normally by the end of September, we will have a ceremony with the Minister of Devolution to finalize all the 15 programs, and we hope even to have the 15 governors joining us on that day.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm the CEO of National Drought Management Authority, James Odwor. I want to start from where the ambassador has left. And the ambassador has talked of EU support to the ASAL areas in general, because EU supports so many developmental issues with the ASALs. The ambassador has also mentioned support specific area of drought risk management. And I think for me, it is the area of drought risk management that I want to cover, because that is my mandate. So I want to say that we have worked with the EU for a very long time. We started in 2007, and to date we are still together. And the EU has been supporting 3 key areas in drought risk management. The first support has been on the systems, because without systems, without mechanisms, without infrastructure, then you cannot do much. So the EU has supported, first of all, the area of information, putting systems in place, generating information, and disseminating that information so that the stakeholders can base their decisions on timely, credible information, like the early warning information, which we generate and which is used by all stakeholders. And we are happy really, because we have strengthened the early warning information over the years, and I am told that it's one of the best probably in the region and even in the world. Another area of information where the EU has supported is the issue of assessments, so that you can see the impacts of the rains or the impacts of drought at household level, come up with the needs, the time frame, the budget, and the way of implementing it. Another area in part of the systems which the EU has supported is on the drought response. And on drought response, it is the issue of contingency planning. It's the issue of coming out with how do we respond when the drought is there, who will do what. And I must say also in the establishment of the National Drought Emergency Fund, which we have prepared the regulation, is been approved by the Cabinet and now is going to Parliament. And when that fund is in place, it will help us respond timely at the beginning of drought. And also the EU has supported the NDMA in preparing the necessary documents like the strategic plans, the work plans, and our strategy, the blueprint of ending drought emergencies in the next 10 years or so. So that is one area of the systems and mechanisms that are put in place. The second area is providing resources for actual response. When the drought is there and you put all these systems in place, then you need money for response. For example, undertaking livestock offtake activities, water tracking activities, health and nutrition activities, even some education activities, agricultural activities, which means through the EU we've had funds which, when drought is there, we provide to the counties to undertake the physical activities on the ground of saving the livelihoods, maybe saving the lives, and making sure that the malnutrition problems do not escalate. So we are really happy because we have done very well in that area. You know, all the way from 2016 to even as early as 2018, we had one of the worst droughts. And through that kind of support from the EU, the government, and other stakeholders, we managed to contain the situation. The third area of support has been in long-term sustainable development to build resilience and to reduce vulnerability. This is one very expensive area because you need resources to invest in areas such as huge infrastructure, water infrastructure, health infrastructure, agriculture infrastructure, and so many of these things and so forth. You also need a lot of money for things like peace building and conflict management. We also need a lot of money for investing in sustainable livelihoods, agriculture, crops, maybe others, emerging livelihoods, and so on and so forth. Also in terms of human capital, which is health and nutrition and education, and also to coordinate all these activities. So the EU has really supported us. And as one of you asked a question there, one of the areas also where I've been supported is the issue of coordination. We have coordination structures at national level. We have coordination structures at county level. We have coordination structures that bring the county and national governments together. And the EU has supported us in strengthening those coordination structures so that at any one moment, nobody is left outside. The stakeholders come together, they are provided the necessary information, they agree on the actual situation on what is happening and the action to be taken and the budget, and then through that we respond either when there's drought or when there's no drought. We also do long-term sustainable development investments. Thank you.
But when I see you, over the years we've been told that every time there's drought, there are basically no funds. It's like there are no funds are available. Has the government come up with any mechanism to ensure that there is funding for response activities any time when the drought arises?
Actually, what happens currently is that we don't have set-aside funds so that when the drought starts, we can take that fund and respond. And this is why earlier on I said we have already developed, or the NDMA Act has created a National Drought Emergency Fund. And the regulations to operationalize the funds have been finalized, approved by the cabinet, and those regulations are now in Parliament waiting approval from Parliament. Once the regulations have been approved, then we'll have the funds set aside where the government will contribute, other stakeholders will contribute, and when there's no drought, when there's drought, then we can go and use the funds. Our response will be faster, will be more substantial, we'll do a lot in terms of very many areas. However, there's been support from the EU. Before even that fund is created, we received funds from the EU and a project drought contingency fund. And that is the fund we used, the fund from EU we used to do the actual response on the ground, livestock, agriculture, water and the rest. And also we used the EU funds to develop the systems in place, how to request for the fund, how to receive the fund, how to approve, how to write reports, how to do M&E. It's a computerized system so that system is already in place. We have established it using the EU funds, apart from responding, so that when now the National Drought Emergency Fund is ready, contributed by the government and also the other stakeholders, then the systems are already in place to use that fund. So when it comes, we'll already be ready to use it.
Any question? How much is the budget?
Which budget? Okay, the drought contingency fund, what is happening now is the contribution from the government already. What we have, awaiting the regulation so that we can start using it, is 2 billion Kenya shillings. But that's not all. That is a contribution from the government, what we would call initial seed money. However, once the regulations are ready, it's not only the government that will contribute. The other stakeholders will now come in and also contribute. Maybe the EU will also contribute, the World Bank and the others. So it's a multi-donor basket. The government has put in something. The other stakeholders are waiting for the regulations to be ready so that they can also now start putting in something in that same basket. The most important thing is that the regulations are there, which will say clearly how the funds will be used, what will trigger the use of the funds, which activities will be covered, how the M&E will be done, how the reporting will be done, and how the auditing of the fund will be done. Once such regulations are put in place like that, it gives the donors confidence. It gives other people confidence to put in their money there, because as the ambassador is saying, then the money will not be lost. There are systems for it. It can be used, it can be monitored.
Sasa alipataje oda ya kuondoa wananchi wa kwa Chocha plot 371? Alipataje ile oda? Nikisema hivi,
how the world is it, where most countries are urbanizing. A lot of people are coming from rural areas to cities. But when they come to cities, there are no jobs, and even there are no services. And also and this is a big agenda to address actually these development challenges. And it's actually indivisible, integrated, and it's anchored on leaving no one behind and tackling the challenges of those. On top of that, I think the UN actually has been undergoing reforms. And those reforms is actually to make sure how can the UN, how can the UN work as a system to actually address, to make sure countries actually are making sure that we have got an RC system, which is a reinvigorated national RC system, which actually related from and of course within. And the challenge there is how to build resilience. And the UNDP operating in this context is actually trying to help countries how to navigate, how they can act those challenges actually their countries are attempting to achieve or the 17 SDG goals. And so that's really the challenge which UNDP actually found that we are talking of keeping people out of poverty. We are talking of strengthening effective governance. And we are talking of issues of preventing conflict and also the choice of these signature solutions is actually we are doing interventions which are integrated, which have got high multiplier effects and addressing all the development challenges which countries experience. And how this is going to be done is actually going to be done through the global development advisory and implementation sector platforms. And that will be supported at the country level by what we call country support platforms to address the wicked problems of development. And I think there is actually we are trying to highlight that we are also revisiting the UN model, even increasing efficiency, our accountability and also innovations will be quite important in making sure that we realize the goals of our strategic plan. And I've already alluded to this, that there are a lot of things. Partnership is going to be key. And partnership is important because of the complexity of the SDGs. And that partnership is actually how we work with other UN agencies. In our strategic plan, we actually have a common chapter with UN Women, UNICEF, and UNFPA. So, and we are trying to see what areas can we work with them. But we are not, we also work with other UN agencies, the private sector, even the CSO, and so on. And of course, we also work with this issue of civil society, the private sector, and even the market and philanthropy. And also, what is key there is also this issue of strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation that come up with countries in the North to actually harness the knowledge they have so that they can learn from each other in their development process. Now, having said that, we are all aware of the wicked problem this country faces. The issues to deal with the government, the poverty, and also the issue of inequality, issues of climate change, environmental degradation, which actually this conference actually is highlighting. So this is actually the development challenges which this TPD intend actually to address. And this is actually, when we drew up this strategic plan, we actually had to look at what is the theory of change. And I think I've already alluded to the high economic growth which has not transformed in moving people out of poverty. And there's vulnerability to climate change. In fact, people who are poor rely on the environment for their survival. So that actually tends up to exacerbate the environmental problem the country faces. And that and governance. So these three development challenges, we are saying and they result in poverty, inequality, exclusion, marginalization, and so on. So we are saying, how is UNDP going to address that? And we are saying UNDP, our comparative advantage, is we're one of the UN agencies with a broad mandate, so we can address development challenges in an integrated manner. So we are going to actually address this by, our intervention will actually address poverty reduction, inequality, building resilience, and shocks, and all the prevention and recovery. And of course, we also leverage on delivering as one, because Kenya actually, the UN delivers one. So we work with all other agencies. And of course, the underlying theme of that is leaving no one behind. And our UN norms, human rights, gender empowerment and women equality, issue of sustainability and resilience, and also accountability. And of course, out of this theory of change, we are saying our three pillars for our country program document is inclusive growth and structural transformation. And then we have got issues of government, governance, peace and security, and we have got issues of environment, climate change and resilience. So those are the three pillars of our strategic document, which you can see even from that theory of change. Then we are saying, how are we going to implement this strategic plan? And how we are going to implement it, we are going to actually do upstream policy intervention, that is policy advice. But in some cases, we even go downstream, that is implementing projects, and use these lessons learned from these projects to influence policy. We are also going to, you have heard in the video, this issue of integrated programming will be key. And actually we are going to ensure that no one is left behind. We're actually going to focus on the marginalized areas, the marginalized counties. And of course the issue of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation will also be quite important in even addressing the development discourse in Kenya. Let me try to address how is this strategic plan aligned to the Kenya development frameworks. Yeah. I'm sure you are aware that we have got in Kenya, we have got MTP3, and MTP3 aims to transform the nation, transforming lives, and transforming society. And you see actually that the national priorities, we are talking of even the big four: manufacturing, agriculture, universal health coverage, and affordable housing. And there are three, actually you see there, to MTP3 and even the big four agenda. Then I thought, let me quickly now try to see how this strategic plan, yes, I'm summarizing now, I want transformation, enhancing private prevention and recovery integrated across all these pillars. So you can see that our CPD is aligned to even the development framework of Kenya, our global strategic plan, and Agenda 2030. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to highlight here is actually when we develop this strategic plan, we ensure that it's aligned to the 2030 agenda, even the UNDP global framework, and also the national context, the national development challenges, and the national development plan. So, and actually we work quite closely even with our government, our counterparts. And of course, there is this issue of what are we going to do?
We don't have to depend on Nyandarua, we don't have to depend on Tare, we can do it from the ASAL. And if we get from this conference convinced that, we shall do it. We shall do it. So let's not get amazed. Second, and I want to make it very, very, very strong, let's talk about wealth creation. Wealth creation, Mwaura, let's not talk about poverty reduction. It's more positive. Is it not positive? Wealth creation. And I think that's the point I want to stress here. But before I do that, I want to make a few comments. I hope some of you have an opportunity to see what the Wananchi are saying out there. Fantastic. And you should read before you go back. There's only one which got my eye. Young man from Narrow. He went, got a degree. He went from office to office. Of course, you know the obvious, he got a job. But as he was going back home, he saw somebody with a donkey carrying chapel. You know what? The young man saw an opportunity. He started to me hit me very, very strong in terms of what this strategy is all about. On 3 pillars. And we might not get all those 3 pillars are very strong as enablers for the big four. Enablers for the Vision 2030. Issues of governance. And you look at the 3 pillars, they cover all the 3 SDGs. A fantastic job from UNDP. The second, and look at their logo or album or whatever you call it, they mostly probably they'll tell you what they are good at. Ourselves, if the national government, the county government does the work as one, does not deliver as one, will not move. You know what? The Wananchi really doesn't matter whether it's a national government or it's a county government. They want to deliver it. I think it's very important, CSS, you're there to support it. As county government, we also support you at those particular levels. So really wanted to emphasize those 4 things. One, very important that we address the issue of water in this country. And more importantly, and I'll back my parking shot, the ASAL is amazed that they are poor. They are not. Dan was doing education in the 1970s. We went to Zaburu. It was interesting because we were saying he doesn't have much, but he had about 100 cows. That's a lot of wealth. That's naturally.
When a chairperson of the Council of Governors, there's an elephant in the room in terms of our development that is rarely mentioned in most of our development plans and strategies. When you look at countries like Kenya, Kenya's per capita income was double that of China in 1860, double per capita income of China in 1970, double per capita.
To unravel the vision, helping to unravel the vision that the president of this country has, the leadership of this country has, both in terms of the Big Four agenda, but the Vision 2030. How do we, as the UN system, including the United Nations Development Program, help unlock precisely that potential that CS Omanwa is talking about, that potential of the ASAL County? It's a huge potential out there, and perhaps we ourselves in the UN family need to be cognizant of our own weaknesses as we've gone along. Perhaps we didn't look at the bigger picture issue that we needed to address, and that is what is being redressed now. And it's not exceptional to UNDP, it's across the board that we are going to be doing business very differently. As PS Pawan said, it will have to be business as usual, as unusual, simply because that is exactly the expectation that the European Union and Denmark and all the member state countries have of us. When you see UNICEF going to some of the most remote parts of Kenya, or WFP or FAO and WHO going to some of the most remote parts of Kenya and actually helping to improve maternal health outcomes, helping to improve reduction of infant mortality, fighting the scourge of FGM and gender-based violence, there's a purpose for that. That purpose will not be solved by that agency doing it with one particular partner. No, it will have to be the collective whole. How do we empower the county to be able to deliver on those result areas? And that goes back to the final point which we made over here in UNDP, and it's across the UN system. Kenya is at the cusp of a demographic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not undervalue the potential that Kenya has at this moment of having an age profile of 18 years. Over the next 10 years, you have to create 1 million jobs, because as you woke up this morning and by the time you go to bed, you will have 3,000 Kenyans who were born. Yes. By the end of the year, you will have 1 million Kenyans born. But no, it's not very different. It's the moment that you empower your girls with the right information, allow them to join the workforce, when we start to see that the household income starts to improve. As the household income starts to improve, the husband and wife will say, look, let's plan our family and let's make sure that we have enough of resources to give our child the best education, the best nutrition, the best health, so that we create a generation of young Kenyans who will then become extremely productive. So it boils down to us as the UN system. How do we, as your partners in development, help you to deliver on that vision? And that is what it's going to be. It's the UN here in support as a partner of the government to help the government to deliver on its mandate, and particularly to help the Vision 2030. So we are here completely aligned to your vision, and this UNDP country program document is precisely reflective of what CS Omalwa and CS Rotich launched just a few months ago, the United Nations Development Assistance Framework, a $1.9 billion program till 2022, but precisely that the UN delivers for, with the government of the country and
Just one personal one. I have arrived here to Kenya 1 year ago as head of development cooperation with the European Union, and as Sid alluded to as well, I have been traveling this country north, south, east and west, because that's the only way you can actually find out how we can best assist and how we can best work together in order to talk to the people, see the realities, and that's what I've been doing. And I just wanted to tell you that you have a fantastically beautiful country with so much potential, and you have wonderful people that are smart, skilled, and extremely friendly, and that embraced me here in this country. And after 1 year, I just wanted to thank you all for what I consider part of my family here. My family moved here as well, and this is actually young people and women. This is really where we want to see ourselves branded as European Union to say this is what we stand for. And last but not least, as co-chair of the Development Partners Group, I just wanted to say as well that all development partners, they stand behind you. We want to align to your policies. We want to learn and listen to you. You know best what's best for your country, for your counties, for your people, and we want to work together with you. I think one example that I wanted to mention, because it really ties into our work, European Union together with UNDP, is the cross-border program, Moyale cluster with Ethiopia, that we are soon formally going to launch. And I think this is a very good example of doing business unusual, addressing challenges that go even beyond borders, and provide safety, stability, and by doing so as well economic growth and jobs. Thank you very much.
Debt Management Office, Mr. Jackson Kinyanjui, who could not be with us. The UN championed the delivering as one, and we've seen the delivering as one now in action with the second country program document really developed in that integrated manner that we champion. That is harmonization of the UN, which is very key because that makes the transaction costs to the government reduced. Secondly, I would like maybe to say that as we are launching the country program document, let us have that strategic focus in terms of implementation. Let us be accountable for results. What are the results that we are going to deliver? The document could be a very good one, but then the challenge would be implementation. So let us really focus on how we implement these programs in a coordinated and harmonized manner so that we are accountable for results to the citizens and we achieve those intended purpose for wealth creation. In that, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Very wrong path. Because essentially you are telling underpopulated areas of ASAL, you have to give more birth. Professors and all the other experts we have, to think about and propose models, better models of development we can be able to adopt so that it enables us to solve this problem of population. In as long as we have not changed the formula of sharing resources, I think that talk is just sweet music to our ears. You just listen to it, then you forget it. And I think we need to focus that, and I think useful ideas on how we can be able to model better so that we can be able to avoid that trap we are going into will really, really help us. So I want to thank you.
Program. We stand for one, just to observe a minute. I think the day Kofi died, I did post something on my Twitter about some words he said. And he did say not long ago that what the world needs now more than ever are far-sighted leaders who can look beyond their horizons, beyond today into the unknown tomorrow. And I think just meeting here today and sharing the ideas we have shared today, I think we are called upon to reflect on what Kofi Annan said and what the Deputy President said this afternoon, that everything depends on leadership. Everything stands and falls on leadership. And that's why we're very, very happy that the governors from the ASAL counties, the senators, members of parliament, members of county assemblies are also here, were able to spare the time to be here with us for this inaugural ASAL conference. And our development partners coming in the numbers they have today, I think it's a great, great indicator of how important this meeting is. And as we look at the UNDP programs that we are about to launch, we want to thank the UN. We want to thank them for their partnership, and on behalf of the national government to assure them that we'll continue working very, very closely with them as our partners, and to strengthen partnerships between the national government and the county governments and the development partners. It will take this partnership for us to work together and for us to deliver as one. There are three things that I've picked, Sid, from what you have said, from Sheila's presentation, and all those who have spoken before me. And the word is delivering as one. The second is leaving no one behind. The third is inclusive growth, inclusive development, and prosperity for all. Looking at our history that we have shared just this morning, I believe those three words do not apply squarely to our history as a country. There are those who have asked here, why were we left behind? In 1965, we were at par as far as our GDP was concerned with South Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, the so-called Asian tigers. But along the way, we were outpaced, we were outdistanced, we were left behind. Something happened. And I think had we adopted this UN spirit of inclusive growth, of not having marginalization institutionalized by our policies for over 50 years, and not leaving not just a part of our country behind, but a huge part of our country behind, and a population behind, I believe South Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, the so-called Asian tigers would never have left Kenya behind. And I want to thank you very much for giving us this forum to reflect as a country, as a people, as a nation, and to also look at where we want to go. Because to me, I believe it's not so much where we're coming from that's important, but what is more important is where we are going. And if we can move together, work together as the national government with our county governments and our development partners, and we're able to deliver as one, we will succeed. And today we're just here to witness it. This is your day. I don't want to make a long speech, but to just thank you, and maybe to invite Sheila and her team to come and unveil this so that we see what programs you have. But also on behalf of my colleague, CS Rotich, who would have been here with us, and he will be joining us. We've requested him to do the closing so that he's able to confirm most of what we have said here. And the UNDAF, we launched it together with him. He'll join us here probably on Friday. We will be concluding this with him so that we can take most of what we have agreed here forward, the National Treasury. So even as we plan about the ASAL counties, we need them on board, and this Friday we hope they will be with us. Otherwise, thank you very much, and please enjoy your evening. And I know the US Ambassador Bob Godek was here. He said we'll join him during
tuwakaribisha wageni wetu wanapofika hapa in show of appreciation. Tuwapigie makofi kabisa wanapoingia hapa wageni wetu, tuwapigie makofi kabisa, standing ovation for our guests who are arriving here. Asanteni sana. It has been a nice conference, the best in fact. Karibuni sana. Na mimi nitataka wakati wageni wetu wamefika hapa, tafadhali tusiketi. Kuna studio nataka unipangie vizuri, tusiketi, manake sisi ni wazalendo wa Kenya, tusimame. As Kenyans, we love our country. Tutapata wimbo wa taifa stanza moja, alafu na East Africa stanza nyingine moja, alafu ndio tuweze kwenda kwa you very much. Thank you so This is a Museto team. They have, they are now dancing in a borrowed dance. Kiganda, 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 Kiganda. Remember Uganda? Thank you very much. Makofi kwao, tuwapigie makofi. Asante sana. Lazima sasa kungekuwa malikule kwengine tungekuwa, ingekuwa ni kongamsa. Ya kongamsa, ya kongamsa. Na kurarua kwa ngoma, you know that one. Na jasho yote ambayo tuko nayo hapa, dance ya kule ni tofauti kabisa. Manake huko lazima uwe umekula vizuri. Wakaona ugali njani. Ikongamza, yakongamza. You know, wakati unaanza kudance, wana dance taratibu, lakini we all appreciate our culture. Kenya is a beautiful country. Ukienda kule Turkana, Lodwa, kwanga na nogo original. Uone tabongo na revile watu na kwanga maneno. Acha Mungu. Na nini, bora mkunywa maziwa tu, maridadi ambayo imekuwa approved. Kwa hivyo, ladies and gentlemen, we love our culture, we love our country. Na hapa ndio kwenyewe sasa. Nasikia hapa we will still continue to have some more entertainment, but before that, I want now to welcome Dr. Benson Momanyi. Dr. Benson Momanyi for the reading and validation of the conference resolution. He is the chief rapporteur. Please, Daktari, welcome. Karibu sana.
Minister of Education and ASAL, Honorable Eugene Wangmarwa, Chair, Council of Governors, His Excellency Josephat Anok, Host Governor, Excellency Ambassador Kingi, governors and deputy governors present, esteemed leaders, both from national government, Senate, county assemblies, esteemed and distinguished guests, wherever you are seated. So it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. Now, I would request that you just turn to your neighbor and tell him or the conference revolved around 4 broad issues, which were broken down into 11 thematic areas. But the key broad areas were basically broken down into economic, environment, socio-cultural, and governance. Now, the whole objective of the conference, as it was indicated by the PS, were very, very clear that it provided a platform for all of us invited participants to deliberate on the opportunities existing in the ASAL areas, the challenges facing those areas, and number 2, it provided us with the opportunity to take stock of the development initiatives in the ASAL areas. But thirdly also, it gave us a chance to try and align the ASAL development plans and priorities to the Kenya Vision 2030, Sustainable Development Goals.
Excuse me, sorry for interruption. So that we can all follow the proceedings, I will request the high table, we go down a little bit so that we can follow from the screen. You don't have something on the screen? Yeah, because we are not seeing on this end. Okay, they're suggesting they can just listen to it. Okay. Maybe you can have that screen working and this other one. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, the last objective was also to help us to develop a roadmap to address the emerging issues in these ASAL areas in terms of development needs, and also propose a mechanism on how we will be able to track the implementation and the progress of the issues that have come out. Now, I'm going to report in terms of the broad areas, but the specific thematic areas, so that we can be able to follow on what we discussed in our respective platforms. Broad area number 1, that is economic, we had food security. Now, the issues that came out is that a comprehensive regulatory, policy, institutional, and legal framework be developed and harmonized to govern food security in the country and by extension the ASAL areas. Number 2, the Maputo Declaration came up also on agriculture and food security, which recommended a 10% national budget allocation to agricultural development be actualized. Resolution number 3 was that there should be collaboration in the use of assets and resources for agriculture between the governments in the ASAL areas, and by extension the communities in those areas, so that we can be able to avert the ethnic crises that naturally occur in these areas. Number 4, it was recommended that there should be improved access to affordable credit and loans and financial services, particularly to the farmers in the ASAL area, so that they can be able to improve the agricultural production. The last one, under that one, was that a robust monitoring and evaluation framework on food security in the regions should be developed and implemented, so that we can be able to ensure that we achieve the objective on food security. Now, item number 2, which was under infrastructure, industrial and enterprise development, the resolution number 1 that came out of here is that the county governments should be able to cluster infrastructure development projects for optimal opportunity value. Number 2, that the ASAL county governments should leverage on the equalization funds to cater for basic community needs in their respective counties, and also to attract partnerships from the development partners. Resolution number 3 under infrastructure was that the county governments should leverage on land value, so that they can be able to come up with a strategy that will be able to boost revenue correction. Resolution number 4 under that one, the ASAL counties should adopt small-scale renewable energy technology to be able to reach out to the population that is not connected to the national grid. Number 5 was that the development partners, in cooperation with the national government and the county governments in ASAL areas, should provide capacity building support to the ASALs in planning and assets and resource management. The other resolution that came up under that one, there were quite many under this one, but we'll be able to select just a few, is that the government should consider the entire value chain in planning for projects such as product manufacture, achieve maximum sustainable value from their ventures. The last one that I would want to mention here is that the group resolved that the national government should be able to provide adequate security for all the development projects in the ASAL areas. Now we move, there are quite a number, we'll be able to give you the detailed report. We move to sustainable management of natural resources, that is under environment. It was resolved that the Minister of Devolution to organize forums for all stakeholders in the management of natural resources in the ASALs through partnerships and collaboration using mechanisms of inclusion and participation by the next ASAL conference, which hopefully will be held in Kachedo County, courtesy of His Excellency Renku is here. The second one was the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources to engage the Review Commission to identify the legal gaps in policies, regulations, laws as regards to community land, resource sharing, and sustainable use of natural resources. That is under environment. The last one I would pick under that one is that the county governments should come up with a 10% forest cover in their counties, in the ASAL areas, by the next ASAL inaugural, conference that we'll be having. Now, under drought risk management, we had two key issues here. The first one was that the climate change mitigation plans should be mainstreamed into county governments' drought budgets by the next budgeting period, if that is possible. The other one was the communities and the governments should be able to embrace sustainable environmental practices like rain harvesting, that's water harvesting, to enhance food security in all the ASAL regions. Under climate change and desertification, we had three main resolutions. One, both levels of governments and development partners should invest in programs that create opportunities to adapt to the effects of climate change and address climate change-related emergencies and disasters. The resolution number 2 under that one was that the county and the national governments should engage collaboratively in harmonizing of climate change policies and initiatives by the next ASAL conference. The third one was the county governments to create awareness and education forums in the partnerships with the climate change experts in their counties in the next 1 year, and the mainstream the climate issues that will be coming out of this in the running curriculum. The other one was to create incentive-based and value-adding systems that would encourage innovation in climate change adaptation and mitigation by the next conference, which means we are giving some timelines here. And the last one was, of course, to enhance the accessibility and acquisition of climate change technologies to address climate change effects, such as installation of automatic weather stations to give accurate forecasting on the weather conditions. Now, under sociocultural, education came in first here, and there were quite a number of issues. But the first one here, we are talking about sector-specific forum to be convened to comprehensively discuss education and training in the ASAL areas. Number 2, a framework should be developed to address issues of access, equity, relevance, quality of education and training in the ASAL areas. Now, number 3 here, the newly established ASAL institutions that are focusing on training and education should be supported financially and in terms of resource provision. The other one was the mechanism to motivate, attract, and retain professionals and competent human resource capital for education and training in the ASAL areas. You realize this is an issue, and therefore it was recommended that there should be incentives to be able to retain the professionals and attract them to work in the ASAL areas. Now, the number 6 of this is the competence-based education and training. Curriculum be adapted to the ASAL in the context of the conditions that are existing on the ground. Number 7, there should be deliberate efforts that must be made to improve school running environment in the ASAL regions. Number 7, that technology in education and training be integrated to ensure improved access to running outcomes in the ASAL areas. Number 9, there should be advocacy and social mobilization of communities to be established to address the socio-cultural issues and break barriers that affect education and training. That was under education. And for health and nutrition, about 5 resolutions came up. 1, the health budget to be increased to a minimum of 30% of the overall count budget allocation. Number 2, the health infrastructure requirements in the ASAL should be reviewed in order to achieve the universal health coverage. Number 3, emphasis should be placed on preventive health initiatives in the ASAL areas. And number 4, principles of financial accountability, integrity, and transparency should be enforced by the county governments to ensure efficient utilization of public health resources. Number 5, counties should establish drought management strategies to build resilience and mitigate against the impact on health and nutrition. I would be able to pick some from the social inclusion and gender mainstreaming. The first one under that one is that the ASAL counties should create programs that train county staff on sign language and provide sign language interpreters in all those public offices and institutions. Number 2, development of strategic plans for solving security issues in the ASAL areas should involve the youth. Number 3, it was resolved that the ASAL areas should establish rescue and recovery centers for gender-based violence, female genital mutilation, that's FGM, and early marriages in every ward. Number 4, the initiative by commission, number 5, the establishment of disability-friendly environment at all public offices should be undertaken immediately if it is possible. The last one here was the ASAL counties should intensify awareness programs on the importance of education and social protection for changing the mindset of the communities in the ASAL areas. Now, under governance, we had 5 resolutions. The first one was the ASAL Secretariat be sufficiently resourced to support the ASAL Stakeholders Forum and implement the ASAL policies that will be coming out of here. Number 2, that we should be able to fast track cross-border collaboration and include pastoralist migration agenda in the deliberations. Number 3, that there should be continuous strengthening of the capacity of the ASAL communities to participate in the county planning and identification of their own priorities within their communities. And number 4, review the county CIDBs to embrace strategic planning based on assets, vision, and return on investment within the current financial year. The last one under that one was the fast tracking and enactment of the Intergovernmental Technical Relations Bill 2018 to ensure that the ASAL development support institutions are anchored in the role before the next conference. That was under governance. Under peace and security, we had about 4 issues. That all legal frameworks for the peace and the security be synchronized to embrace a common unified legal approach to avoid the current situation in the ASAL areas. Number 2, there should be clear guidelines on the application of alternative dispute resolutions, and the formal systems should be able to should be put in place. Yeah, they came up with those 2 areas. Under coordination, under coordination, we had the county governments to validate the alternative. Sorry, that is repeated. Under coordination, we had whenever crime is committed, actions be taken on the individual criminals and not a whole community. That was a debate that came up, and they said that that approach would be able to assist in resolving that. Number 3 on that one, communal inclusivity and openness to be embraced in fighting against terrorism and other extremism. Number 4 on that one, it was a coordinated, inclusive, and localized mechanism governing the movement of livestock from one area to another. For example, they suggested a letter from the chief of the place of origin to the chief of the destination should be accompanying the person making the movement of the animals. Number 5, there should be comprehensive involvement of the youths, people living with disabilities, women and the marginalized in all the peace and security issues, especially at leadership levels. The last one on that was building the capacity of community-based organizations to adequately deal with the peace and security issues. And the implementation framework, so the last one was the county should be able to operationalize a peace office where all the issues will be reported and handled. Now, implementation. The implementation framework, the document and the benchmark on the best practices and the past experiences on the conflict and the security mechanisms should be worked out and implemented. The other one was conduct reviews from a period of 6 to 1 year on the implementation of the conference outcomes. And the last one was an affirmative fund to be created to be used to implement the outcomes from this conference. Number 4, it was also resolved that economic empowerment should be provided to the returnees who come back to their areas after displacement. Number 5, that a campaign should be conducted to build trust between the citizens in ASAL and that the government, especially the security agencies, should be fully involved and give the necessary support. The last one on this one here was leveraging on technology to enhance peace and security, like creating online platforms where early warnings will be given. Now, those were the resolutions that came from the 11 thematic areas, and I want to point out that we have not read out all of them because there are quite many. There are almost 83. So we decided that we give this sample that should be able to give a basis for discussion. And we promise that once the final document has been prepared, if you were able to leave your email behind, the ministry will make arrangements to be able to send a copy to the participants here. Thank you so much. Those were the resolutions that came out. And then from there, we will be able to give a chance for comments so that we can be able to take up the changes that will come up from there. The team of rapporteurs are seated over there. Can I see your hands wherever you are? Yeah, they will be able to pick whatever suggestions that you come up with. I've seen even as I was coming in, a few people were coming up with the new additional ideas. We'll be able to pick up those ones. And some that have not been able to be captured the way you expected, we are willing to take those changes and make the final document. Thank you so much for listening to these resolutions.
That were made here, and thank you so much for also making us aware that the next conference will be done in Kajiado. Of course, they are very friendly. Then this side is a giraffe, so you can decide also to run against a gazelle and relax. That's so good. We are ready. We are getting ready. And the PS, Honorable Pawan.
Other Excellencies present, my colleague PS, development partners and other attendants, good afternoon. Now, I think we are heading now to reactions. You will agree with me. It has not been easy to come up with this document, and that's why we had to delay up to this time, because we had to put up together. My technical team didn't sleep, so they were working on this document, and that's why we were able to come up with that document. So allow me sincerely, if you have reactions, we will have only 3. Now let me have 4. 1 from this side. You'll choose who, because all of you. 1 from that side, 1 from here, and the last one from the other side. Now, can I have a lady? From
I come from Marsabit County. I am not officially employed, so I run my own organization. It's called Body, and we use food for social changes. So shoot to score, not to kill. I was in the
was included in our communique. We have specifically an agreement where they were said that communal inclusivity and openness be impressed in fighting against terrorism and other extremism. So it is well captured. It's only that time we short, but and regulatory frameworks for the peace and security be synchronized to embrace a common unified legal approach to avoid current overlaps. That is number 1 on security. Number 2, that county governments validate the alternative dispute resolution mechanism policy by Ministry of the State Department of Devolution and ASAL, so that it can be operationalized. 3, that community inclusivity and openness be embraced in fighting against terrorism and other extremism. Number 4, that both governments ensure community participation, especially the youth, people living with disabilities, women, of course, which you are included, the other minorities and special interest groups be comprehensively involved. Number 5, that peace and security initiatives be informed by evidence-based research. Number 6, that periodic, that is 6 to 12 months, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting be conducted on the implementation progress of ASAL conference outcome. So the rapporteur will still, if there's something I've forgotten, he will add. Can we come here, one person? They have chosen him?
Yes. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia pale kwa food security. Pale utaona ya kwamba tumeletewa mradi ambao unaitwa Galana Kulalu project, lakini hiyo mradi hakuna Kenya inasaidia wananchi. Na mimi bahati mbaya jana tena zilikuwa mingi, kila mahali najikuta iko muhimu sana kwangu. Kwa hivyo hiyo mradi nilikuwa nataka kusema, kuliko sisi tunazidi kupoteza na kumimina pesa mingi kwa miradi ambazo hazisaidii wananchi, kwa nini hiyo pesa tusiweze kuiweka kwa zile NIB ya bura ya hola yenye zinaendelea kukufa, na bado tunataka kuleta multi-billion project mahali ingine yenye hata mpaka saa hizi hakuna Kenya inafaidi wananchi. Kama kweli tunataka kutoa watu wa ASAL kwenye shida na tunataka kuangazia kujenga maisha ya mwananchi, ni muhimu sisi wenyewe kuangazia ya kwamba ile mradi ambao unaweza kulisha Kenya mzima ni zile NIB ziweze kufufuliwa, mwananchi apewe vile vifaa ambazo zitamwezesha yeye mwenyewe kuweza kukuza na kuweza kujitegemea mwenyewe, kuliko kuanzisha miradi gushi ambazo tena bado zinaendelea kugandamiza maisha ya mwananchi. Pili, ningependa kuchangia pale kwa social inclusion. Nimeona yale mambo ambayo mimi mwenyewe huwa napenda kuangazia sana, mambo na ukeketaji imeweza kuwekwa hapo. Lakini mimi nataka kuleta changamoto kwa magavana wote ambao wako hapa na kila mtu yeyote mwenye ako hapa. Tafadhalini, sisi watu wa ASAL, Kenya inarudisha maisha ya mama nyuma sana ni ukeketaji. Kwa sababu gani nasema hivyo? Ni kwa sababu ukiangalia kama wewe umefanyiwa ukeketaji, utakuta ya kwamba ukifika darasa la 4 umefanyiwa hicho kitendo, unabaki nyumbani badala ya kuendelea na masomo, unatoka shule. Kwa hivyo utakuta ya kwamba kwa ASAL education iko very poor. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu sisi tumepitia hicho kitendo na wengi wetu, baadhi ya wamama wa ASAL wote hawajasoma. Kweli ama urongo? Kwa hivyo ningependa ya kwamba hiyo mahali isisitizwe sana, kwa sababu ndio inafanya, ukiona kiafya inaingilia ukeketaji, ukiona kwa maendeleo kuenda poverty, kila kitu. Sitaki hiyo mahali imewekwa kidogo sana. Nataka kila governor aichukue hiyo ni jukumu lake. Magavana Kajiado, I salute you. Next ASAL ni huko. Napenda kuona umeleta wamama wale ambao watakuwa maambassadors wa kukomesha hiyo kitu. Asanteni sana.
She is very the other one. Now, Mweke, if you are asking a question, it has to be brief and to the point. So can I have a man, because we had a lady speaking on it. Ready? Yes. That's a good gentleman.
But given the context where we are, in those areas where there are multiple, aside from traditional drivers of instability, communities there are also struggling with much more complex issues around violent extremism. I don't think it's really sufficient trust-building rallies and company to abandon terrorism. If you are not offering anything, then you're not going to really do much in that arena. So I think there needs to be much more community.
I was at security and peace tent, but I want to comment something about health, but I was not in that tent. I didn't hear anything about drug and substance abuse, and also as an ASAL community, there's something that's very foreign for us, but it's a big monster in so many counties right now, and that is homosexuality, sodomy, and defilement. I didn't hear anything, so for those who are in that tent, is there any resolution?
CS, His Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The issue of ASAL, actually that work is done by CALRO. That's the authority that decides which county is ASAL and which county is not ASAL. However, it is in terms of priority, ranking, because if you have to rank from number 1 to the last one, then we have what we are calling the arid. They are saying now they are 9, and they are there. Then we add the others in terms of semi-arid, percentage of semi-arid areas in those counties. So in terms of ranking, so if you are saying we have got 34 right now, or 32, in terms of priority, in terms of development, you don't have to go to all of them. You can say maybe I take the first 10 worst ones. If I have more resources, I go to the next, and the next, the next. So in terms of ranking, because the other ones we are talking about, we are saying the ASAL, like Migori, like even Siaya, like it's been said Kirinyaga, like Kiambu, those are pockets, there are pockets there. So yes, we are saying they are ASALs, but in terms of ranking, we can take the big ones, the major ones, where the ASAL area is bigger, or the arid area is bigger, and then we go to the small ones. So for me, I see there's there, but each time we want to do or take an activity, it is terms of ranking. Thank you. And the size of those areas in each county. So the bigger that area with the lowest rainfall in that county, the more it is ASAL or the more it's arid. So as somebody has said, in some areas we got 80% of the county is arid. In some areas we get maybe 40% is arid. In some areas 30%. In some areas 24%. So it's just in terms of ranking, and it all depends on the amount of rainfall per year. The lower the rainfall, the worse the area.
Do you still have something?
And the ranking is still according to the ranking. Thank you.
DG Calro, do you have something?
Thank you.
So can we have the C?
I don't take it kindly when my friend there says, as a measure of disqualifying Kiambu to be considered in the ASAL, that the areas considered is the size of this hotel.
Can we have that as a topic for another day?
No, I must explain this. Okay. I must explain this because it was repeated by Dware here. It is the colonialists who put the boundaries during when we were not there between the Kiambu people and Kajiado people, and Kiambu people and Machakos, where nobody was in charge of deciding where the boundary will be. Actually, what he is calling a hotel, it's the whole of the Lemur constituency and Kikuyu constituency and the Kapete constituency. 3/4 of them. I was representing Juja constituency. You can say that.
Now let's hear. Let him finish, please.
Yeah, my point. Because even my people have got the right to share this cake. I share. You can say no. I share Honorable Kiraito's sentiments that instead of kicking people away, let us enlarge the source of the cake. You can say no. We border with Machakos, where a big chunk of Kiambu is also semi-arid. We are told by scientists that the desert is coming down I don't know how many kilometers per year. So at one time, not only Kenya but the whole of Africa will be arid. So when you say that you don't want some people to be considered...
Can we have that discussion
no,
for
but
another
I must
day?
Put it clear.
But we've had your point.
No,
yes.
You see, my friend, I am now the marginalized person here. Kiambu is now the marginalized county in this conference. And it must be heard as
Can we allow him to speak, please?
Yes, please. I am marginalized, so let me be heard also among you big guys of ASAL. I'm marginalized. It is true that Kiambu, and I don't know why even Muranga, which we also border with, and which also bordered with the eastern side of Muranga, that borders with Kajiado, and Nyeri as well as Laikipia. We are also in those areas that are really semi-arid. We receive relief food during the drought season. In Kiambu, we get a lot of relief food. That food is not given in the areas that's correct. When you travel around Thika Superhighway, when coming from Garissa or the northern to Nairobi, or from Nairobi towards Nakuru, what you see on that superhighway is not Kiambu. Go to the hinterland of Kiambu and Muranga, and you see the worst part of those counties.
But so I think you have made up your point.
No. We should not be discriminated. So even when somebody is saying that it will be decided the first 10, the first 20, it is a matter of making us more alienated, and this we protest. So let us remain there. Expand the cake, as Governor Kiraito Morogi said. Don't reduce the cake. Look for more money to get it into the cake and get more people in it.
Okay,
I am marginalized, and I thank you for hearing the marginalized.
Can we give him a clap, please?
No, but we'll move this ocean right now.
Thank you very much. Let's go on.
The topic is
kuzungumzia ASAL. Ningetaka tukajiuliza swali kuu ambalo sidhani tulijiuliza. Nafasi ya mwanamke katika jamii ni ipi? Je, wengine hamtapenda hiyo, lakini lazima tujiulize swali hilo. Tutaendelea kubaki pale na shida zile kwa sababu tumemnyanyasa yule mmoja ambaye anastahili kututoa katika shida hizo. Pengine itikadi zenu na tunavyoishi havitambui, lakini ningetaka niwaambieni tuko Kenya baada ya miaka 60 na ni vizuri tujiulize katika jamii hizo zote, hata kwa kina Ndicho tutauliza, je, nafasi ya mwanamke ni ipi katika kuboresha uchumi, katika kuendeleza jamii? Na ni lazima tujibu swali hilo. Ningetaka niwape mfano. Ukija katika kaunti ya Nyeri, kwa sababu mimi ndiye gavana, mimi ni mwanamume, naibu wangu ama makamu wangu ni mwanamke. Tunapozungumza juu ya mawaziri, nina mawaziri 5 wanaume, wanawake 5. Kwa sababu ninaamini mwanamke yeye ndiye nguzo ya taifa hili. Tafadhalini tuangalie jambo hili.
Okay, tumpigie makofi.
We forgot what everybody said. Because we all said water, 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 water everywhere. How come the resolutions which were read, even if there were few, water was not made water, water? So please make that one the resolution number 1. Water, water, water everywhere.
So, Secretariat, can you put that one? Yes. Number 1 resolution is water.
Yes.
Don't ignore it.
And then secondly, we need to go beyond that. I thought when we were discussing in the natural resources group, we had said we need a water map, you know, for ASAL areas, because this is really the elephant in the room. We want the national government, the county governments, and our development partners to sit, work together, do a water map which shows what water resources are available in what county and which are the best ways of exploiting that resource and making it available to the people. And go further and say, let's do, after the map, we do a water action plan for every county within the ASAL areas. And let that plan be presented to us when we go to Kajiado, so that we can see. Otherwise we can talk morning to evening, and then we meet again to cry again in Kajiado. Let us do something, you know, about it. Secondly, we said, let us link our resolutions here, you know, with the big 4 agenda. I wonder about issues of health. Why are we not talking about universal implementation of universal health coverage, universal health care in our ASAL counties, so that we reach everybody? So I think we need to capture those issues. I don't want to repeat what my friend Lichwa said. We discussed this yesterday. And there is some bit of history which the governor of Kilifi forgot yesterday. Part of the reason why we have the problem of marginalization and poverty, especially in the old northern frontier districts, is because as we got into independence, we actually got into war about the 5 stars in the flag of Ethiopia. Yes, and for many years, you know, there was the Shifter War, and you could not develop in a war theater. Please, let us look at that history until we completely sort out the issue of security. And don't forget, I think the lady spoke passionately. Security is still a big issue, and you cannot develop in a situation of insecurity. So let us also emphasize, put our resources to bring peace and security also in this area, you know, so that we can implement even what we are talking about. They can be implemented in a situation of insecurity. Thank you very much.
We can give him a point. And based on the statistics here, we said that 70% of Kenya is arid. And then 90% of the population in ASAL areas are dependent on livestock. I don't know why livestock issues should not be then, because Kiraito now has agenda number 1. We should make livestock issues number 1A. And you know I'm saying that? I was a panelist in the livestock development platform. The biggest recommendation, if you don't give livestock keepers anything else, we need the livestock marketing board. That one should be in the headlines as the resolution of this conference, unless there is a reason. I know it's already in the process, but can we put in a strong recommendation here that we need to fast track the formation of the livestock marketing board, that when we go to the next conference in Kajiado, we'll have the board. The board will then streamline so many other issues. It will streamline issues on policy, it will streamline issues on disease control, on marketing. We have issues with KMC. KMC is running on machineries that are 70 years old. Why don't we just make a resolution that we equip KMC, or we streamline some marketing structures as directly as possible? Kevevapi, as a county government, we've paid for vaccines. 3, 4, 5 months down the line, we can't get these vaccines. And we cannot escape issues on livestock diseases if we don't labor into some of these bottlenecks. Lastly, I don't know why we escaped about mentioning the equalization fund. It is still with us. And when we scramble for the issues of being arid and semi-arid, you know, we don't mind. We can also switch places, because probably people don't know what an ASAL means. We're not here sharing cakes. We are here on death and life issues. And probably because we also prayed in the morning, and one of the parameters being rainfall. Let's not annoy God, because this rainfall can be transferred to ASAL. Then you'll have the feeling of truly being an ASAL. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can I have Governor Ali Roba?
Thank you very much. My brother Moses had captured some critical issues. The mainstay of the economy of ASAL is livestock keeping. And in all the discussions we seem to have here to do with EDE, ending drought emergency, and what was discussed here is nothing compared to what we discussed in that thematic area. And I don't understand, because whether the Secretariat decided to selectively put across what they felt aligns better with the planners, or what was identified in the thematic area. My request is that the Secretariat to put together exhaustive resolutions as put out by each of those thematic areas that was discussed, and to be shared by county governments. The true ASALs, Frontier Counties Development Council, would gladly adopt all of them for the greater good of the population of that region. When my sister from Marsabit discussed the issue of radicalization and terrorism to be mainstreamed, and when I read the line as written, I just could not afford to see the level of ignorance of those that have really reflected on it. Because the wearer of the shoes knows where it pinches the most. When she spoke so passionately about it, a lot of people could not understand. I want to stand here for the record and tell you there is active recruitment by Al-Shabaab ongoing in northern Kenya right now like it has never happened before. Those from Wajir know it, those from Mandera know it. And if we do not mainstream these issues as critical issues and reflect on them in a way that we can deal. I mean, it's very convenient to say, deal with issues of security. Security is not devolved. It's a national government issue. But while security has not changed much, county governments in these areas have managed to do a lot of development, a lot, in healthcare sector, infrastructure, water sector and that. So the excuse of security is no longer admissible. The government has every machinery required for us to deal with the challenge at hand. We need to mainstream radicalization and terrorism in this area because it's a major problem. I was very happy when one of the speakers on the day of opening said before, he encountered, other Kenyan communities who are radicalized. His understanding of radicalization and terrorism was a Somali or Somali-looking person. But the reality of terrorism and radicalization, it has engulfed our societies so much, such that it is important that we wake up to this reality and plan around it so that collectively we're able to deal with what needs to be dealt with. The yearning for inclusion into ASALs, arid and semi-arid, as Governor Moses said, nataka musiombe tafadhali, don't pray to be in ASAL. I just want to request, plead with you, please do not pray to be in ASAL counties. Because for some of you, you won't survive for a month. I can tell you for true. And I want to say, we have no problem, government to come up with many other mechanisms, call them dealing with urban poor, which is a challenge that another policy document can come up, and we try and address it. But the issue of marginalization happened as a result of deliberate policy issue of government. Deliberate, and the key word here, and I didn't know how deliberate it was up until I became a governor to be able to understand. Even now in ministries, we catch tertiary priority. Thanks to my brother Eugene Wamalwa, who is trying to mainstream these issues. What we want to request is the problem of marginalization is not the same as problem of poverty. It's not the same as problem of ASALs. It is a unique problem of underinvestment in a given region as a result of the deliberate policy document of government that really marked these areas as good for nothing for any investment to take place. What we are trying to get it addressed, under FCDC, Frontier Counties Development Council, is to be able to try and look at the commonalities of how we suffered under such arrangement, be able to address it. And we don't say the government of Kenya is not doing much. The government is doing a lot, and we can't appreciate enough. Under the leadership of President Uhuru Kenyatta, the level of investment that has gone in these areas is not comparable to what has happened over the last 50 years. But compared to the state of underdevelopment, is a drop in the ocean. There's no reason why any region in Kenya today, close to 60 years after independence, is talking of lack of road infrastructure connectivity, basic electricity connectivity, water for human use. And this is what we are discussing. Now, please expand the ASAL to 47 counties. But, my brother from Marsabit, Katelo, said, you will lose, the partnership that is real, that is genuine, as it is happening right now through the partnership of the government of Kenya and the World Bank to address the problems of these previously marginalized areas. The issues of affirmative action entrenched in law, such as equalization fund, that now the interpretation of CRA is it needs to be expounded to deal with pockets of ASAL. Define, equalization to deal with pockets of ASAL areas. When you can take a helicopter and land anywhere in Marsabit, anywhere in, Turkana, and you will not need a microscope, or a telescope to be able to see the extent of underdevelopment that is happening in that area. So don't pray to be NASA, please. If there are problems, let's reflect on problems and status of underdevelopment, realistically be able to address them as realistic problems. Like the plight of the urban poor is a reality that is with us. Let's find a way to deal with it, separate from sharing other issues. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Governor.
And Governor Kiraitu made my work easier. Water must be a priority in our areas. Then the second point is that every area of all what we discussed yesterday and the day before yesterday, food security has impact on men and women. So I think the Department of Gender joins the people who are doing the report and do an analysis of how these issues affect men and women, people living with disability, so that I wanted to say this before we went to our groups, but now I am saying it. Every issue that the proposals we came with have a way women and men are impacted on, women and men benefit, food security, of course, food in this country, in the ASAL area, is an issue that impacts on women more than men. They are the ones actually who go out to look for food. So we need to mainstream gender in all the proposals that we've come up with, but water must be a priority in ASAL area, because without water, there is no food security. Without water, there is no health. Without water, there is no insecurity. Also, a lot of insecurity now is happening on water points. So it is important for us to make water as an issue, look at our CIDPs as well, and try to see how have we mainstream the gender and diversity in our CIDPs. Thank you.
As a solution, now livestock has been given a section on its own, and we are going to amplify that one. The issues of terrorism and radicalization, we have also picked that one. We are also going to identify, pick that one as a major solution. I also want to say that there will be 3 items here. We have these resolutions which we are now going to improve to capture the reactions. Then number 2, there will be a communique here which will be signed, but we are going to send a detailed report that captured all the issues in the thematic areas which we could not be able to totally include here in terms of their specific details. So as you go away, generally understand
hosts this first ever ASAL conference. Until this conference, this town was a dead town. Those who are aware about this particular town is that it is a resort city. It thrives mainly on tourism. And we all know the challenges that is facing this sector as we hold this conference here. And therefore, the holding of this conference in this town has brought a lot of smiles. The ripple effect of the holding of this particular of this particular conference can be felt as far as Bamba in Ganze. Because the young man who was sent home 6 months ago after the Christmas and New Year festivities, because the numbers of guests coming to the hotels had declined, was called 3 days ago and was given an opportunity to serve you. And whatever then was placed in his hands, certainly he'll take it home. And that's why I'm saying the ripple effects will be felt far and wide in this country. It is sad that it is only 3 days of celebrations. It is sad that as you leave this town, so shall we bury dreams of young people wanting to take their daughters to school, young men who want to help their siblings to pursue their education, because the hotels will have to send them home tomorrow. The good news is that we've discussed this at length with the Minister of Tourism, and we've come up with quite a number of interventions to make sure that we reverse this trend. And therefore, CS Eugene Omalwa, thank you so much for identifying Malindi as the town to host the first ever ASAL conference. We have engaged since day one, and this debate is not just about to end. I thought after the 3 days of engagement, we are nearing consensus on how to handle ASAL counties. But clearly, we have a journey to pursue, a journey to walk, to ensure that we strike a common ground as ASAL counties on how we can bring about development. My plea to the ministry is, as we look forward to coming to the second ASAL conference, kindly see the possibility of holding semi-conferences, semi-ASAL conferences, so that these issues can be debated, can be argued, and can be agreed upon at that level. So that when we go to the bigger platform, that is the ASAL conference in Kajiado, at least most of these things that have the potential of dividing us will have been debated, will have been resolved, and a solution before coming to Kajiado will have been found. That way we'll minimize the kind of divergent views that we have had coming to the close of this particular conference. We have had very good resolutions. Many people will say we've had a successful conference. If you're to rate this conference, everyone will say this conference has been a success. But allow me, CS, to differ, that the success of this conference will depend on how we are going to implement the resolutions that we have passed. Because I know as a country we have a history, a not so good history. We are very good at paperwork. We are very good at passing the best resolutions that any human being can pass. But the biggest problem is how we implement these resolutions. We have come up with the best resolutions in this world. In fact, the best resolution that this country has ever come up with is the resolutions contained in a report that can bring about cohesion, peace, and stability of this country. So important are those resolutions. But that report is gathering dust somewhere in one of the state offices. These are the resolutions contained in the TJRC report, the best resolutions ever to be passed by people. So CS, mine is just to remind you, the ministry and the ASA Secretariat, who are the custodians of these resolutions, please always remind us, both state and non-state actors, for those who've been given the responsibility of implementing these resolutions. Please let us leave this conference with one resolve, that before we meet in Kajiado, we ought to have fully implemented the resolutions. Then we'll give meaning to this conference. Otherwise, this conference will be reduced to a talking shop. We have talked and agreed in Malindi. We will go to Kajiado, engage, talk, and come up with other resolutions. But not until these resolutions are implemented will the ASAL counties reap the benefit of these particular conferences. So I hope the men and women who have been entrusted with the duty to make sure that these resolutions are implemented are indeed implemented. I want to say thank you again, CS, PS, for spending 3 days in Malindi, in Kilifi. I believe as we leave Malindi, we live with sweet memories. not just because we attended this conference, but because we took time off to see the beauty that is found in this part of the world. From us, as a people from Kilifi, we say kwaherini ya kuonana. Mwenyezi Mungu atubariki.
It's something you can plan, it's something you can execute, so implement. And also, of course, special thanks go to His Excellency the President, Kenyatta, taking the initiative to support and change to the good the ASAL region and Kenya overall. So I would like to start with a small presentation. You see the first page already. It's called Weather Tech. We are entrusted to implement projects of Weather Tech, which is a rain-enhancing technology. We're not doing only that. The people who have decided to take on this technology and implement it in different parts of the world are crowd in Davos, World Economic Forum, and we get to know a lot of technology and decided to take the most relevance on and to change the life of millions. Among others, our group has partnered in Kenya. We have set up a company in Kenya in order to stay and expand our business here, and to facilitate not only rain-enhancing technology, which will be in the presentation, but also innovative technologies to make efficient well drilling. So getting distillated seawater up to the surface is also very important for other regions. To apply renewable energy, so also in combination with water. For example, dams can be covered with swimming panels in order to hinder the water that has been captured and is so valuable to be vaporized. So we execute renewable energy project itself, and we also need renewable energy for our own projects for the rain enhancement technologies. We do some things in healthcare, biosimilars. We're just preparing to get a route into Kenya, and also have a 100% efficient mosquito killing spray for home use. And we believe in smart education, empowering people, and knowledge management, which I think every technology needs to be applied correctly and not to be overused or misused. So we believe we should, if we start operating in Kenya, have an academy in order to execute our technologies we are offering in the most efficient way. So please let us go on to the main part of the presentation, to this next slide, please. And I want to show you a small video. It's just 2 minutes, and I would appreciate if you could start.
Generation solution for fighting droughts all over the world. After 10 years of thorough research and development in 3 continents, we now execute commercial projects. We are mimicking the sun's ionization process to initiate and enhance rainfall. This helps to transport humidity far more inland, which lowers the temperature and prevents wildfires. High voltage power is provided to the WeatherTech system. It emits trillions of ions into the atmosphere, which connects to aerosols. They create a plume of negative charges, which elevates by natural updrafts and winds. The electric field is slightly influenced. Ice nuclei and droplets become charged near the cloud boundaries. Enhanced clouds are developed, and finally, rainfall occurs over hundreds of square kilometers. Among others, we have cooperated with the Max Planck Institute and one of their directors, Professor Hartmut Grassl.
What I saw the last 1.5 days here is a scientific endeavor. Here you have technology sitting at the ground, doing things which are natural, for example, ionization of air. It can be done by the sun. It can be done by such an equipment, and it will fade away rapidly. After a day, nothing is left except for additional water.
Other acclaimed experts, such as Stockholm Water Prize laureate Professor Wildera, are excited about the results.
We came a big step closer to the point where we can secure availability of liquid fresh water to all in times of dramatic global changes.
The cost of fresh water created by our technology is only a fraction compared to those of cloud seeding and desalination. By using the natural pipeline in the sky, we are able to increase the availability of fresh water, avoid droughts, and prevent heat waves and wildfires. Our disruptive technology will help governments and policymakers to drill holes into the sky rather than drilling wells into the ground.
Thank you very much. A round of applause.
So this technology is adding to the basket of solutions. And let me just continue with the next page. The principle has been nicely explained, I think, in the video. It is a natural process. The water, what you get, is natural rain water. And rain is created on a project field size of approximately 1 million hectare, which is a sweet spot for operations. We are operating since 2 full years in Jordan. The government of Jordan and the King of Jordan have taken this project on very early, and the results are more or less breathtaking. We have been able to increase the rainfall by almost 40%. That will not in every region be the case, but in Jordan, which is the second driest country in the world, we achieved that level already after only 2 years. Let me have the next slide, please. We are operating in an area where we specifically target a dam, which gives a water reservoir for whole of the region. The dam is quite big. We've generated within 6 months' time almost 380 million cubic meters of fresh rain. That means 4 times the dam we are targeting. And so systems like irrigation and others were able to collect directly almost 30 million cubic meters, which is 11,000 Olympic swimming pools. And the cost of it is only a fraction, as mentioned already. Our technology is actually moved to a stage where it's economically viable to apply, so returns of what you get out of it is much higher than you need to invest. Please let me have the next slide. So the Jordan government has taken a sort of step to analyze the operations, and after 2 years they have now also validated all data together with us, and they have stated in Stockholm, which is a water conference just held last week, that WeatherTech has broken the negative trend of declining rainfalls. This is an exceptional achievement and a change of climate change. I'm not sure I would undersign that, because a climate change we cannot, but we can manage certain weather conditions and improve the situation. And they also stated that the impact on agriculture, energy saving, and also cloud coverage has enormous impact, positive impact on the region. And so we can benchmark that towards other regions. Again, it is a natural process. It's nothing secret about it. It is about software and monitoring and making this run. This is where the resource lies. Please let me have the next one, I think last slide. No, this is Kenya. We have taken some diligent time to analyze the situation in Kenya. We know that we can operate in many, many regions in Kenya, up to far away from the coast. And we could expand rain season, enhance crop growth, which also has an influence, of course, of livestock, because of also grass is growing, prevent malnutrition, fill dams and wells. We can actually change the wasteland to some extent and create buffer zones for water shortage time. And due to cloud coverage, we could also reduce the temperature on the ground, so lower temperature. And we have made some analysis, it's too much detail for now, and divided Kenya in more or less 2 operating areas, which is the northern part is the most relevant one. And we can even think that we can support the agriculture in a way that the northern part contributes much more to the GDP than it does before. So it will be a game changer. Let me have the next slide, please. This is just some of the organizations we're working with. We have constant talks also with other projects, with Global Fund, with other organizations. We are getting in touch with World Bank. With African Development Bank, we are in talks about also supporting this project financially. So G20, it's a security issue. Water is a security issue, of course, has been in-depthly discussed. What does it actually mean for security, maybe also for terrorism? Munich Sicherheitskonferenz, World Economic Forum, and others, among others, the Munich University and Queensland from Australia have been partnering with us and putting this technology to the extent where it's now. It's doable, it's economically viable, and it could contribute to some solutions, or it could be a part of a solution for the things that have been addressed here. Thank you very much for your time and for the opportunity to present this. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Senators at the head table, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I will be very brief because I think after what you heard just now, like the holy grail of making it rain, what can I tell you more than this? That sounds really very exciting, so I will be very brief. I would like to just first and foremost say thank you on behalf of the European Union. Thank you for have been associated with this conference, and I can tell you every cent and penny that we invested in this conference we feel was extremely well spent, because we feel as well that this was a very, very successful conference. And I wanted to tell you as well that we feel that this partnership actually has not ended with this conference, it actually has started with this conference, and we are there to support and to guide and be your partner on the way in the years to come in order to support the challenges that we just have discussed when it comes to development in the ASAL counties. I had a talk with my dear friend, if I may say so, Piers Mika Bowen, this morning over breakfast. And I mentioned to him that when this idea of an ASAL conference was brought to my attention a few months ago, I was not quite convinced that this is really the right thing to do, this is the right time to do so quickly after the Kakamega Devolution Conference. And it took me a while to get on board, so to say. But as I just said, I think you, with all your passionate and very powerful contributions, you proved me wrong, actually, that this was the right thing to do and this is the right way to move forward. And I think all the questions you had and the growing pains that have been raised today, I think actually to demonstrate that this is the right thing to do, because if you had already had all the answers now on all the questions and all the debate that you had, then this conference would have been only half as valuable as it is now, because you have to sort this out, you have to have critical debates in the future to see about the scope of ASAL, about getting it right, who should be part of it and how. And I think it was fantastic for us to see how this actually unfolded and how it is going to go forward. The last thing I wanted to say is forward-looking, a little bit of a reflection from my side as well. What can this all bring? I think several speakers already had said that it's important, this is not remaining to be a talk shop. Please take this resolution seriously. Try to even further identify what do they really mean, what concretely can be taken out of these resolutions to make them even more concrete and to make them action-oriented. I think some of these resolutions, they need to be broken down from the beautiful words that they are to very concrete actions, timelines, targets, and then to measure them at the end, to measure them in 1 year to see how far actually have we come together. And one thing we discussed this morning actually over breakfast was maybe to do a baseline to see where are we now in order to see where are we in 1 year from now. The last thing I wanted to say is, and I think that fits well into the presentation we just saw, and that is just a suggestion for the future, maybe for the next conference, I think it would be really of high value if we really targeted and invited the private sector, science, technology, and innovation to really become part of this conference much more strongly as it is now, in order to get exactly presentations about solutions that are out there that can bring us much more forward than talking amongst the ones that we always talk to in the public sector. So we really need to bring the private sector involved, to get science and technology, universities involved, and bring innovation to the table, because this is really what can change everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. ASAL leaders present. That is you, all of you. Mambo. This conference has been an important time and a seminal event for Kenya's evolution in building the nation towards a more perfect union. Yes, it has been that important. Many of us in the international community who have been working in the ASALs for decades can't help but be encouraged and heartened by this event and focus on the ASALs. We would especially like to thank CS Devolution and ASAL's Eugene Wamalwa for his leadership and taking the risk to bring this pretty rebellious, rambunctious, and at times unruly group of leaders together. Those of you in these categories know who you are, and we appreciate your passion and commitment. Let us appreciate CS Wamalwa with another loud applause. The discussions have been rich, the networking fruitful, and the prospects for further dialogue extensive. Thank you to all the staff at the State Department of ASALs for their extraordinary efforts to make this event a reality. Our appreciation also goes out to the Council of Governors Chair, Turkana Governor Nanok, and hosting County Governor of Kilifi, Amasom Kingi, for their support in making this historic ASAL conference a success. Thank you from all the development partners. I would like to pick up on Deputy President Ruto's remarks about leadership, because positive leadership is so important for us to be able to make progress. Key leadership challenges witnessed in this conference for governors and national political appointees for devolution include creating learning organizations, developing high-performing teams in government and communities, creating a culture of innovation, fostering inclusion, promoting partnerships, and leading major change efforts. We have been encouraged by the leaders present during the conference, especially their commitment to serve and their courage to speak out. Development partners understand the complexities and difficulties Kenyans face and government faces in providing them with the services and opportunities every Kenyan deserves. We want new partnerships with county governments, devolved institutions, and communities. The taxpayers who provide our support to the Kenyan people demand high standards of accountability and transparency. We fully support President Kenyatta's focus on eliminating all forms of corruption, especially against bribery, embezzlement, theft and fraud, graft, extortion and blackmail, influence peddling, especially in procurement, abuse of discretion in office, favoritism, nepotism, and clientelism. My favorite writer, Mark Twain, said, "With courage, you will dare to take risks, have the strength to be compassionate, and the wisdom to be humble. Courage is the foundation of integrity." For the foreseeable future, devolution will be the vehicle to make Kenya a more perfect union. How to best manage key assets on the ground, below the ground, above the ground, especially the most important asset on the ground, people and their know-how, their ability to learn and adapt to change, will require dialogue and new frameworks and new ways of thinking. We have been encouraged by the multiple voices, the frank discussion, and the underlying commitment demonstrated by all conference participants to the people of the ASALs. Let us work together to move from talk to actions that make a difference in the lives of the people of the ASALs and address their aspirations for their families, their communities, and their country. It is an exciting time to be Kenyan and to be a close friend of Kenya. Development partners working in the ASALs are committed to supporting implementation resolutions and the well-being of every Kenyan in the ASALs. Asanteni sana.
Governor, His Excellency Governor Kingi, the Excellencies, Deputy Governors and Ambassadors present, our development partners, and I'm very, very happy that we still have the top leadership here from the US. We have our friend Mark, and we have Hubert, and a host of the team that is still here. We also have a team from JICA. We appreciate our friends and partners from Japan, and all of you who are gathered here, leaders from the different counties. I'm very humbled that you accepted our invitation to be here and to participate in this historic conference. Coming after 50 years, I think maybe 50 years to come, it will be reflected that delegates came here and they sat together and they talked about many issues and planned many things. But how we shall be judged, I agree with Governor Kingi, is not about what we talked about here, but what comes out of here and what will be implemented from here. I think that is how this conference will be judged. I think many years ago in Philadelphia, there were a few colonies, just about 13, that met and they made a decision that led to the independence of America and the United States as we know it today. Today, we are talking about 29 counties. There have been issues emerging from our discussions here, whether we are ASAL or we are not, and who is and who is not. I think the fact that we have come together and had this conversation, I think is the beginning of a very, very important conversation that we haven't had before. And I want to thank all of you for your contributions. I'm very blessed that in the ministry that His Excellency the President gave me to lead, I am not from the ASAL. My county is the breadbasket of Kenya. We have rain throughout. We have plenty of food. And I know that what Governor Roba was saying about being in the real ASAL and experiencing the real ASAL. As the minister in charge of the ASAL region, I'm sorry, I do not have that experience. But through this conference, I think I've learned a lot. But also I'm very blessed that His Excellency the President has given me very able leaders in the ministry, starting with my deputy, the CAS, Governor Dado, was the first governor of Tana River County, and now he is the CAS in our ministry, and my very able deputy. He comes from an ASAL county, and he has a lot of experience, and he gives me a lot of support in all that we are doing at the ministry. We also do have the PS in charge of ASAL, Mika Powon, also comes from an ASAL county, West Pokot. And the PS in charge of devolution, Sunkuli, also comes from an ASAL county. My secretary, Kirigoti, was somewhere, also comes from an ASAL county, Baringo. And even Gidui comes from Laikipia. Is Laikipia ASAL also? Gidui akawapi? Yeye pia ni ASAL? Allah. So I have a team that comes from different ASAL counties. So I'm not short of advisors or short of a team that is well placed to deal with ASAL issues as well as devolution issues. So I'm very, very grateful. I think on their behalf, I would ask Governor Dado to just come and say a word on behalf of our entire team. They have worked very hard to make this conference a success. The technical team was headed by the PS and all the team at our ministry. The team from COG that was working with Governor Moses, that we worked very, very closely. The team from the EU, all our development partners, we want to thank you for making this a success. We don't want to take all the credit as a ministry. We could not have done this on our own. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, I don't have any speech to make, just give a few assurances. As you have heard the introduction, those who support Waziri, we are from ASAL area. And we are not going to sit down and blame anybody tomorrow, so we are going to act. We'll be having those thematic area meetings before the main conference in Kajiado. But let me tell you about one or two things, and then I introduce again my minister. Most of the time we ignore local knowledge. People who live in ASAL areas, especially the pastoralists, they know the kind of vector-borne diseases, they know rain patterns, they know where groundwater is, and they have an unwritten map in their heads where you'll never get lost if they direct you. And they know how to make a lazy person reach his destination by just saying, just around the corner. Ukipita hiyo mlima unafika. You will walk for 5 hours and you will not reach your destination. But at least, but Waziri, the issue that made me feel ashamed as a Kenyan, I saw it on TV last week and it concerns us ASAL. Botswana Meat Commission and Namibia Meat Commission, I happened to have visited both when I was an ambassador, were both created by Kenyans and modeled on Kenyan Meat Commission when they got their independence. They came to learn from us. I was so sad last week when I saw on TV Kenyans going to benchmark in Botswana. Shame on us. So that has got to change. And if it doesn't change now, until the kingdom come, hakuna kitu itabadilika. But let me tell you, Wamalwa said doesn't come from an ASAL area. Believe you me, he is more of a nomad than all of us put together. Do you know, during the last drought, he made us visit 32 ASAL counties within a period of 99 days. And we had to go the place where he visited today, tomorrow there was an incident. I think that was in Mandera. But we could still sleep rough. Sometimes we don't even tell the governors that we are coming, they find us there. Please put your hand together for the man who has given his heart to devolution and now to ASAL. If he were in Masai land, he would be a Masai acceptee. Sinamna hiyo, he will be an adopted son. Hata sisi kama ni kwetu tungekuwa tumemwadopt. Na sisi tunapenda ng'ombe, let's love peace. I know what that lady was talking about. There's no way we can have everything on peace and security. You know, it reached a point, Waziri Jana, I was chairing that thematic, where the man in charge of National Counterterrorism Center had to switch off the microphone to explain us a few things. It was that serious. And we stayed up to 7 from 2:30. So when we covered all that, and you know when it comes to resolution, it's usually shrunk. But we assure Governor Kingi that these papers are not going to gather any dust. Because otherwise, what will we tell you tomorrow when we come home? And we are given, God-given chance by His Excellency the President to work for you. And Malindi, Believe you me, I heard so many people say, this is a very good place, I'm coming with my family. Maybe 3/4 of these people are going to come back in the next 6 months, and the economy of Malindi will continue. Now, please give a round of applause after giving standing ovation to Wamalwa. Please give him standing ovation. Apana, Apana, he has done beyond human call. Thank you very much, sir.
Asante sana, Governor Dado, for that very generous introduction. Our chief guest today should have been my brother C.S. Rotich, but as you know, he's engaged very heavily in other matters. There are fuel matters that can be very tricky. You remember the revolution in Boston, it started over tea. So when it comes to fuel, it's a matter that must be taken very, very seriously. And that is why he was not able to join us here today. But we have a very strong team that he sent from the National Treasury. They have been with us the last 3 days. We want to appreciate them too. And to also thank His Excellency Governor Nanok, the Chair COG, for graciously accepting to be our chief guest today. And I'll shortly be inviting him to come and officially close this historic conference. What has come out of this conference? I think Governor Kiraitu captured it very well, that when you are talking ASAL, it is water, water, water. And I believe going into the next conference, we want that issue to be made issue number one. Our rapporteurs, as we go to Kajiado, I think the governors have said it, the participants have said it. You cannot talk about the ASAL region and talk about many things without starting with water. And I'm very, very pleased that WaterTech, our friends, made a presentation here. I think it was like a breath of fresh air coming at the end of this conference, which is an ASAL conference, and talking to counties that all have water problems. And just looking at that presentation alone, if it has worked in Jordan, and we have been assured it has worked, and we have been told there's an open invitation, I think through the Council of Governors, for a team to visit to see how it's working out in Jordan, that we could very easily harness this technology to come and help us as we combat the problem of drought, the issues of climate change. We must turn to technology. And just looking at that technology that has been displayed here, it's almost magical. I had never known there are Wazungu rainmakers. I know rainmakers come from Western Kenya. And one of the senior most rainmakers I know is Honorable Muskari Kombo. So he arrived from Denmark last night, and I was telling him, do you know, I have seen a rainmaker who is not a Mluya from Western Kenya, and is a Mzungu who has come all the way from Germany, and he has told us he can actually make rain. I think what we have seen here today, we must appreciate. Just a round of applause for our friends for coming all the way to share this technology with us. And I know you have time to engage with the governors and maybe to share in detail as to what you're doing in Jordan and how probably we can also benefit from that technology in dealing with the challenges of drought in our ASAL counties. I think we'll be very, very happy to learn from that. And I think apart from the session I attended in, that was dealing with drought, I think there was another one that was dealing with coordination, and we also saw some technology there about how counties can improve their revenue collection, can automate, make their systems more effective, double their revenue collection, and also be able to fight corruption through automation, through making the process more transparent and more accountable. I think from this conference, I believe many of the governors have had the benefit of interacting with all those presenters and the solutions that they are offering to the problems we are facing. Because we came here not just to look at the challenges, not just to lament about the problems, but to also look at possible solutions to those challenges and to those problems. And we want to take that away from us. And I hope when we meet in Kajiado, we'll be very happy to hear from our ASAL counties how many have embraced these technologies, how many have improved their revenue collections, how many have brought relief through this technology in fighting drought, in water harvesting. But on the part of national government, I want to assure you, as His Excellency the Deputy President said here, we will do everything within our powers to work with the county governments, with our development partners, to ensure that we increase access to water to ASAL counties and to the rest of the country. You are told about the dams that we are doing. I don't want to repeat them. There are dams almost in all these ASAL counties that as national government with our partners we will be working on. And I hope as we meet in Kajiado next year, many of them would have started, and we are hoping they should be completed by 2020 so that we can increase our access to water from the current 60% to 80% by 2020. We want to not just look at the dams in addressing the water issues. We want to use, apart from the technology we've been shown in ionization, we also must look at desalination. We have the longest coastline. I know that there are areas where already our governors have engaged this technology in tapping into the salty seawaters through desalination, making this water fresh again for domestic use, for industrial use. We hope we'll continue embracing this. And that is one area that we all want to ensure we work on. But whatever it will take, I think we want to work together to ensure we achieve this. Coming out of this also, we know that all the counties have their own plans. We know that as national government, as I said, we have our Vision 2030 plan, development plan. We also have our partners who have many plans for our counties. So out of this conference, we want to see how this can be harmonized. And I hope PS Powon, as we emphasized, as we come out of here, we will have a vehicle that can improve coordination, can cut down duplication of projects, and bring the maximum benefit to these ASAL counties with the little resources that we'll have, either national government or county governments, and what we'll get from our development partners. We want to embrace that spirit, the UN spirit of seeing how we can work together through this partnership to deliver as one, so that we have an all-inclusive growth in all our counties, so that we leave no one behind. I think those were three good words that we learned during the UNDP launch, and I hope as we work with them, we will be able to enhance this partnership as we move forward, as we improve coordination. The issue of livestock, I think I agree with those who have spoken here, that probably it has been captured, but maybe not enough emphasis has been put. I hope in the final document, you'll capture the issue of the Livestock Marketing Board. I think my colleague Willie Bett was working on that. I'll be checking with the CS Kiunjuri to see how far he has gone with the gazettement of that board. It's key in helping the ASAL areas, our pastoralists. So I agree with the Excellencies Governors that that is one key area that we must follow up as a resolution from this conference so that we prioritize it. But I was expecting that I think there was someone who had mentioned it, but it was not emphasized, that the issue of strategic food reserve, I think there was the issue of Ndengu from Tharaka Nithi, and the DG is here, Ndengu from Kitui, Makueni, parts of Meru. We want to assure you as we come out of this conference that even as we encourage ASAL counties to make their contribution towards the Big Four, and particularly the issue of food security, We will also be looking at new initiatives to encourage food to come from the ASAL counties. And with the Ndengu revolution, I think that's one issue that we want to work with so that we encourage more production come next year. For the pastoralists, I think there was the issue of KMC. I hope that has also been captured, our rapporteurs. We want to see, and PS Sunkuli coming from ASAL County knows very well that in our strategic food reserve, corned beef is also part of our strategic food reserve. So we'd like to see also coming out of this conference how we can, using this fund, also work with our pastoralists so that the issue of livestock, corned beef, the issue of marketing is also addressed. And I believe it's one thing that we have captured from here. So even as you go back to Makueni and Tharaka-Nithi and Kitui, tell them that the Ndengu issue is an issue we have captured and we'll be working with you. And also the issue of KMC being improved and marketing for our livestock. I think that would be one area that we want to focus on going out over this. We know that there are also issues that touch on cross-border issues, and I think Our Lady was very passionate about the issue of terrorism and violent extremism. I want to assure you that already we are working closely with our partners. I want to thank the EU and the UN, the US. They are great partners in fighting terrorism and violent extremism. And it's not just about arms and what we have been doing, handling it militarily. We also want to look at the soft power of development. And with the initiative that we took between Kenya and Ethiopia, and the Marsabit governor was here, I'm told he has left, he has some issues. Already there are programs and funding from the EU, from Japan, going towards that. I want to assure you, as Governor Kingi said, the resolutions made here will not lie there to gather dust. I think coming out of here, we are re-energized as a team. We are more focused as a team. We are more inspired from this conference to walk even faster and to do even more. That we have set out to do, including getting the Karamoja cluster MOU signed, that will bring together Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. I want to give you an undertaking, and I want to challenge our team here, that as we go to Kajiado next year, would like to have this process completed, and we would like, when we meet in Kajiado, to have said that the cross-border initiative touching on Karamoja will be the next success after that of Ethiopia and Kenya in Moyale. That we want to undertake, Governor Kingi. We'll not just talk about it, we want to have it done, because in another 2-3 weeks we'll be in Moroto to see how that MOU can be signed. And after that, we want to look at Mandera. I think the Mandera issue, as Governor Ali Roba said, the issues of terrorism and violent extremism is a huge concern there. And that is also another MOU that we are working on, again with the government of Ethiopia, as well as that of Somalia, to see if we can have that as a third MOU so that all our borders are covered, and we have programs, we have projects that will integrate the communities and accelerate development and cross-border trade, as well as dealing with the issue of radicalization because of joblessness and hopelessness, and recruitment of youth who have nothing to lose because they have already lost hope. So we want to assure you that coming out of this conference, we will focus on that issue. And finally, you have the issue that has been raised time and again of equalization. As His Excellency the Deputy President said, we have captured that concern. CRA are here, I think our team is here. We have agreed, our CRA team is here, and we have agreed as we go back to Nairobi. This is one issue we are taking with us. We have captured the concern from this historic conference, and we will be engaging as His Excellency the Deputy President directed. The matter will be addressed, and the Excellency's governors want to assure you that this is one area we'll be looking forward to engaging with you as we move forward. So let me not say much. I think this day is for our chief guest to give us the final remarks to close this conference. But I just want to thank Governor Kingi, our gracious host, and your team for having us here for 3 days. I can assure you we are not in a hurry to leave. I've been to many conferences. By now, this place would be half empty. But I can see it's still full. I can see people are still enthusiastic. In fact, if we allowed more questions, we could be up to 6. I've never seen a conference like this. But also, the hospitality of Malindi and the ambience and everything is really something to write home about. And we intend to come back and continue promoting the economy of this place. And the last thing I want to say is that I just remembered that Ronald Ngala, one of our founding fathers, actually came from this great county. And we also Mekatalili wa Menzo. Mekatalili wa Menzo pia alitoka hapa. So these are home of heroes also that fought for equality. And what you hear about Majimbo, Ronald Ngala and his friend, the late Masinde Muliro, in the days that we are doing session paper number 10 of 1965, from the 60s going to the 70s, I think there were voices, there were like voices in the wilderness. Maybe had we listened to them then, probably what we have talked about here would have been talking about a different story. Because they advocated for Majimbo, for devolution in those days. But we chose a centralized system, and we adopted our colonial, we inherited a colonial policy that 50 years later we meet here to talk about, but not to lament about it. To say that with session paper number 8 of 2012, with our new constitution of 2010, we have opened a new chapter in our national history. And it's not so much where we are coming from that's important, but it is where we are going. And I believe we are going to a better Kenya, as our chief guest will tell us. I want to welcome him and to also thank Governor Lenku. Ole Lenku is the governor of Kajiado County, and he has graciously accepted to host the next ASAL conference in Kajiado County. Have you accepted the invitation? I know when you talk about Kajiado, many of you think about Ongata Rongai, you are thinking about Kiserian and Ngong, and you are thinking, oh, that's not as exciting as Malindi. Niwaambie siri? Niwaambie siri? Ama mtaambia mtu? Where Governor Lenku is taking us will not be in Kiserian. He is taking us to Amboseli National Park. He has just whispered to me. So please, make no mistake of missing the next conference. We welcome you, we thank you, we appreciate you for being here for the first one, and we look forward to meeting you in the next conference. Kajiado, here we come. Karibu, Your Excellency, asante sana. Our chief guest.
General Malwa, my colleagues, the governors present, the deputy governors, the speakers of county assembly, members of county assembly, and also members of parliament who are present, development partners, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. The big role is to close the session. A lot has been said by the speakers who spoke before me, and I wouldn't want to repeat the very words they have said, because they make value to what we've been discussing the last 3 days. But I will take note of a couple of issues. The inaugural ASAL conference has been a unique conference, not because it was held by the beachfront, but because it was one with a very important objective to unlock the potential of ASALs for accelerated national development. This being the very first time we are actually deliberating on these matters of ASAL, which can be exhibited by the huge number of participants and interest. The fact that even on the third day, the numbers are still more like they were on the first day. So that big interest, of course, has generated a lot of debate. Varied views have been discussed. But I think most important, as was mentioned by one of the speakers, we have not been unruly. And ASALs will never be unruly. I think most critical is that ASALs have never been listened to. That's why sometimes you even see the voice of the people, the voice of their leaders, speaking about the critical priorities of peace and security, the critical priorities of water, even get ignored to be captured in a draft communique. That is how the ASALs are. They will continue speaking about their voice until we who are decision makers can be able to listen to those voices, and that is when we will begin to respond to the core priorities which people feel are priorities over all other priorities. We can all agree that this is a very important event that we can all look up to. For over 50 years of independence, ASAL areas have been treated as a stepchild in Kenya. Through devolution, we are now part of the greater Kenya, and we have begun to enjoy the fruits of devolution. At this point, I would like to thank the Ministry of Devolution and ASALs in conjunction with the Council of Governors for coming up with this concept, as well as all our esteemed partners and guests for accepting our call to attend the conference. As it was mentioned in most speeches made during the opening ceremony and presentations in most sessions, drought, climate, risk adaptation and management, health and nutrition, peace and security, among many very important demographics, should be a priority for both levels of government. With this conference, this is just a sign of the goodwill the two levels of government and our development partners have towards unlocking the 29 ASAL counties' potential. I am particularly grateful that the planning of this conference was very inclusive. The Ministry and the Council of Governors, in collaboration with development agencies and the media, have done a great job for this inaugural conference. Fellow delegates, strengthening the intergovernmental structures is a key initiative towards achieving the very goal that brought all of us here. Now that we have a fully functional ASAL committee at the Council of Governors chaired by my colleague and brother, Governor Moses Kasaine, I urge that the committee and the Ministry of Devolution and ASAL's development with other stakeholders in ASAL development to move with speed in developing structures to ensure all deliberate efforts that lead to transformation of ASAL areas are well coordinated, and there is mutual accountability and synergy among all the actors. Ladies and gentlemen, the more than 10 sessions we have had in just 2 days have helped us deliberate on issues that will enable us achieve the very objective of this conference. I am aware that the Council of Governors and the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, through the Department of Veterinary Services, are already holding talks on livestock identification and traceability. This is a very important program. The program will enable us fast track and achieve most of the issues that we are struggling with in the ASAL counties today. Our livelihoods heavily depends on pastoralism as a major economic activity. Hence, we have to put more effort to develop and improve the sector, and do so jealously. In this regard, I urge the Ministry and the Council of Governors Committee in charge of ASAL to fast track this process, and as it will enable us achieve most of the issues we have discussed during this conference. Livestock identification and traceability can single-handedly bring peace in our county borders, in as much as water can do. Water is peace, Water is food. Water is basically everything. It's livestock. It's fish. As well, improve trade while creating opportunities for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, in my view, as ASAL counties, we are still behind in utilization of innovation and technology to improve service delivery in our counties. And I think that is why critical, the makers of rain in Jordan have just shown us an innovation technique to improve availability of water from the skies in ASAL areas. But I think going hand in hand with that, because you can bring technology, you have more water, but if you don't harvest that water, then you lose that opportunity of utilizing. And I think it's high time that we critically look at harvesting a lot of water, not water pans. Water pans will not help the people of ASAL because it only holds water for a month and a half and it dries up, and then you have to wait for another very long period for the rain to come so that you can have water again in the water pan. I think we need to think beyond that. Livelihoods heavily depends on pastoralism. Okay, sorry. It is important that we, especially the leaders, put in place mechanisms and resources to change this narrative. It is my belief that the ASAL counties have the capacity to transform to be the next frontier for economic growth in this country, as well as assure food and feed security for this nation. However, for this to happen, it's my prayer, along with my fellow governors, that we put deliberate initiatives to create the necessary infrastructure, as well as policy initiatives to attract investors in our counties. I urge the Ministry of Finance, the National Ministry of Finance and Planning, and the Commission on Revenue Allocation to engage the Council of Governors and other stakeholders in formulating the policy on utilization of the Equalization Fund. As I mentioned before, these funds should be given as conditional grants to the 14 counties to ensure speedy implementation of the prioritized projects. Fellow delegates, the discussions we have had here should not be part of a statistic that a conference happened and nothing was implemented. I will extend to the Ministry of Devolution and the Council of Governors style to ensure that you hold follow-up meetings where responsible institutions give a status report of the actions from this conference, so that each of those institutions that have been assigned responsibilities for various issues in the communique and the resolutions should be able to hold constant reviews so that we do not lose these resolutions, and when we go to Kajiado next, we are beginning again to raise issues about ASAL. I think we should be moving now to see what we've done, what we have done, what we have not done well, and how we can be able to plan better. Ladies and gentlemen, last but definitely not the least, we welcome all partners present here today and all those who have supported the inaugural ASAL conference to join us in planning the 6th Annual Devolution Conference to further the great discussions we've had here and strengthen the partnerships we have towards developing this great nation. You may notice that in the last devolution conference, there are certain issues specific to ASAL that came out of those discussions. But this particular conference is specific and it's going into more details on that. We will be capturing, because the devolution conference deals with the 47 counties. Of course, the ASAL counties within the 47 will raise issues specific to them, but we will need to harmonize all this moving forward so that we can be able to measure progress in each of those conferences. I do not want to keep you for too long. We have had long hours of deliberations, and I know you will also like to tour Malindi and the very other better parts of this county. Something I also strongly recommend. Therefore, it is my sincere honor to declare this conference officially closed. And we meet next to review progress on our actions in Amboseli National Park, Kajiado County. May God bless you all, may God bless our counties, and may God bless Kenya. I thank you.
Thank you. Let's all rise up, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready now to have to close the conference, as the chief guest has already done so, and we will have finally just close with a word of prayer and our stanza of national anthem. Please, we are ready.